Egg. 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 Egg.
Woo! Thanks so much for the raid, everyone. And thank you for the subscription. This is still the countdown. I'm still getting stuff ready, but thank you guys so much for raiding. Thank you, thank you.
Hi. Egg. 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 egg.
Wow, what perfect musical timing. Joseph Mia.
Unfortunately, I have to break my subscription after this. I want to try and save up money to take care of personal stuff.
That is completely understandable, Atlas.
Car battery!
Oh, ow! I completely understand, or I very much appreciate your support up to this point.
Egg.
Oh, hi. I really appreciate your support up to this point, but I completely understand if you gotta take care of yourself. That is always more important. I don't want you guys feel like you have to give me money when you actually need it yourself. You're taking care of yourself is more important. Anyway, hello everyone, and hello Jody.
Hello. For some reason, Discord decided to disconnect both my headphones and my microphone, so I was wondering why I both couldn't hear you and couldn't be heard. And that is why, so...
Cringe.
I know,
fuck you,
right?
Discord. But I hope you're all doing well. We got very fitting music right now with Luigi. Jody sounds bad, do you? Hold on, let's talk some
do
more.
I? Hello, it's me, Jody. Hello. Do I
You
sound bad?
You sound, I think, the same as you usually do, but I guess check your mic settings.
What?
I mean, Atlas there did like come from your stream, so
That's true. I always sound worse
they have-
on the... I always sound worse on your stream because it's going for Discord, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah.
But no, apart from it originally being set to a different mic, it is working as usual now. All my settings are identical, so I think it is just the fact that it's through Discord.
Yeah, probably then. Aranimart? Who knows? Thank you very much for the subscription. Luigi's Manson, my childhood.
Luigi's Mansion.
Luigi Manson, my favorite musical artist. Anyway, wow, it sure is a Thursday.
It is, I believe. Actually, let me check.
No, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It is.
It took me a second, but I'm quite convinced it's Thursday now, actually. Feliz Jueves. It's fucking Thursday. Ooh, G-Mensch. Wee, G-Mensch. I hope you're all doing well. I hope you've been having a good week so far. I had a wonderful evening yesterday. A wonderful evening yesterday.
Wonderful bug.
A wonderful bug. When I went to a Shakespearean play, it was a modernized version where they made it queer and such. And also had more of a plot, which was nice. It worked really well. It was very nice. I love going to the theater. I'm very cultured or whatever the fuck.
The theater.
The theater.
The theater.
Yes. Shakespeare's gay little play. Yeah.
They do call it Shakespeare's most Yuri play. Critics have said such a thing.
They do. I gotta say, I'm a little bit sad that because you have the youths, right? You have the two guys and the two girls, and the guy,
youths.
the youths.
You really are turning into a cultured theatre snob.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, the youths going to the theatre.
As if I'm not already often using unnecessarily fancy words because they're just sort of the first thing that pops into my head.
I know, it's fancy words are fun.
Yeah.
Take this from someone who did several English degrees, they're fun.
That's a gay little play that entertains the masses. Two youths? But it's like the one of the guy, a guy and a girl are in love, or they are in love, but they can't be in love here, so they go they go out in the woods together with their guy and girlfriend, and the girl actually likes the guy. Blah blah blah. You know, that's the original. Oh, also, it was Midsummer Night's Dream. I should probably clarify. So that if you know it and I'm saying this, then you'll be like, I know what you mean now. So I was hoping what would happen is because there's very clear subtext of the two girls liking each other and the two guys also liking each other, especially the guys. At some point they basically, one of the guys wants to kiss his best friend, but it doesn't happen. But there's other stuff in the play that's just outwardly gay. Just no subtext or anything. But I was hoping that it would mean that they actually end up with each other, you know? They don't, they fall out of love with the people that they're currently in love with, and they find out oh, I'm actually in love with my best friend, and it's two gay couples, but no, sadly that didn't happen.
Cringe.
Yeah, a little bit. But it was
Can't
still
divert
really...
that far from the source material, I guess.
Yeah, no, I guess not. But it was still really, really good. Puck has a sister, and they're sort of a fun duo. that also have some conflict between them. It's cute, it's fun, I like it. Ow. I die.
Oh no, that's bad.
Yeah, very much. But it was a really good play. I really like going to the theater. It's just such a different experience, you know? I'm not saying it's a better experience than watching a movie or anything, but it's just a different experience. It's very fun to see what they do with the limitations of the stage, how they decorate it, you know? They at one point they had the gates to the city of Athens is what it's called in English, I think. In Dutch it's called Athene, which is more like Athena, you know, the actual name of the god that is named after. Anyway, they had the gates, and then behind the gates was the orchestra. They were sitting there, but they were in the dark, so you couldn't really see them. And only when they left,
Trapt you in a painting. If you even care.
Yeah, I fucking care. I mean, kills my sun world. Let's go.
Yay!
Nobody's gonna get that unless you have to see a very specific comic.
Eating my sun world.
Oh right, eating my sun world. No, it kills my sun.
It
right?
is, but I want to specifically jump into Sat and eating his sun. I want to see what kind of Mario world that's gonna lead to.
I don't think I want to know, dude. It seems fucked. But
That's a horror game idea for any budding game developers out there.
I feel like that's Layers of Fear type stuff, you know? Layers of Fear 3 should just be walking through an art museum and just going into different paintings and seeing the fucked up shit that's in there. Also, Secret Recording, thank you very much for subscribing, by the way. Thank you. I appreciate it. Nervously calls out, Zoe! Why am I not going wide-eyed? What's happening? What's going on? What's happening?
You've lost your wide-eyed wonder.
I have.
It's gone. Your childlike wonder has left your body. You've grown up.
What the hell? Wait, I have a quick... Hold on. No, that still works. What's not working?
It's over, gang. She's lost her whimsy.
All
the whimsy gone.
I'm luckily not a mustachioed Italian with anxiety. I'm definitely not mustachioed and not Italian. The anxiety thing I'm not sure about. Go... Okay, hold on a second. Let me switch to a different model. I gotta see if this...
She's more in the Susan taxpayer levels anxiety than the Luigi Mouse anxiety.
It just doesn't work. What's going on? What the hell?
It's fucked up.
What's going on?
Is it tracking your eyes poorly? Maybe it might be worth checking the
I think I know what happened.
Oh.
We cannot say Glowy Queen again. That's not canonical. That's not supposed to be the thing.
That's not real. Forget you saw it.
It's not real. It's not real. Erase it from your mind. Anyway, I think what happened is that early today I was cleaning up my PC because of some of you might notice, or might know, and have noticed. I've been having a lot of issues with my C drive. And really I should just get a new one and remove everything over. But that costs money and effort. So I haven't done that. But I moved VC Face over from that to one of my other drives.
Ooh, a dangerous move.
Yeah, I think, and I checked. I made sure that it still had all my models and stuff. That was all still there, all good. But I guess it didn't completely work because now
your eyes are busted.
Yes. Wait, I'm also not able to look angry anymore.
Oh no, they've stolen your anger.
I can't even fucking smile. Okay, well...
Maybe I guess it stole all your expressions. Has your expression settings just unset themselves?
my calibrations. It just removed my calibrations. So, I'm gonna go fix that.
That's fucked up, because that's difficult to do.
Well, I just have to do all those. But I've been wanting to redo the calibration for ages anyway, so I guess it's not the worst part.
I guess so.
Oh well. Entertain the viewers, I guess.
I shall do. Hello everyone, it's me, Your best friend, Jody. How you doing? Welcome to,
Also, I'm gonna be talking. Just ignore whatever I'm talking about, okay?
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Just keep talking as if I'm not saying anything.
I'm here at the the Louvre, the art gallery. I'm here from this painting of Luigi's mansion. Why are my antlers so
Wow,
shiny
I
and
am
pretty? Well,
talking,
thank you.
I'm saying things.
Thank you, you're so
I'm
kind.
being really neutral right now. I'm saying very neutral things, don't you
Gonna
know?
go fight God again, so yes, I will
Hopefully
go fight God
I'll be
again.
able to play Luigi's Mansion later. That sure would be nice if I could do that.
I'm here in front of this
I'd
painting
be
of
very happy
Luigi's
about
mansion.
that. But right now I'm not happy. I'm very neutral
As you can
right
see,
now.
the artist really captured the. Actually, look at this. Looks like Monster House. Remember that movie Monster House? Like, this house looks like it's got a face
angry.
on it.
I'm very angry
this,
right now about things, about the
house
fact
is
that I have to
angry.
redo my calibrations.
Like it's got eyes. It's got like
which
I
is
never
very
noticed that this house looks like it's got eyes
Stupid
before.
and
You know?
annoying. I'm fucking furious about this. I don't know why you're laughing. This is a very serious matter. Hello, Squid. Fuck,
You're right, it's
dude.
very serious.
God
This is,
damn it.
I hate being here at the Louvre.
Shit. God.
But yes, I noticed that Luigi's mansion has an angry face.
I'm really
before.
happy now.
This
This is very nice. You know, things are good sometimes, and
Things
and
are
they are right
looking
now.
up, you know.
Yeah, that's why I'm happy right now.
Yeah, things are really looking up
yeah.
here at the Louvre.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
know, it's not so bad, really,
No,
when
this-
you're, you know, when you're like
This-
happy about things and such.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah.
This painting really mixed emotions about this painting here. This,
Yeah, you know, I
still
think that's-
image of
I think that's
Luigi's
what's
mansion.
very good about like art and stuff is when it can really like help you feel all kinds of different emotions. You know?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm failing this task and not ignoring
Yes.
what you're saying. Task failed horribly.
What do you mean task failed horribly? That's no good. I'm so shocked and surprised by this.
Oh, I
Oh,
know.
no.
You never should have trusted me. I'm sorry, so I'm
How
sorry
could
that
you?
I've surprised you.
I trusted you with this important responsibility, and you've disappointed me. No,
I
I'm
apologize.
in terrible shock because of this.
You're right,
How could
Muzzle
you
Flash. This
do
is a
this?
cool dialogue stream. This is my best stream
What the
ever, I
hell?
believe.
What? No, this is my stream. How could you do this to me? Stole them.
Stole them? Your
Stole
stream gone? Stole them?
Stole them.
Stole them? The stream gone? Stole them? Continue voice
Stole
the void? Sure, I'll continue voice the void. You're gonna have to trust me when I'm playing it though, because I can only show this image of Luigi's Mansion. we're actually sponsored by Nintendo from 2001. We have to show this image of Luigi's Mansion for at least another half an hour if we're gonna get our sponsorship money. My stream gone. Stole them.
Stole them. Stole them.
Stole them is such a funny fucking word.
It's so good.
Gone. Stole them.
Stole them. Hello, I am back. Look at me
How are
being
the
all happy and shocked and angry. And that's all the ones, because my eyebrows don't emote good enough in real life to have a separate sad expression, so I just have to push a
fair
button for that.
I had the exact opposite problem with my VC face when I had a 3D model. It's not my eyebrows emote too much. So like basically I'd keep switching to the surprised face because like they just constantly move. And even when I tried calibrating it like differently, it was just like nope, constant surprise.
That's annoying. I do have that I go into the shocked face like a lot. I imagine I might need to do, because I haven't really been doing enough with my eyebrows while calibrating. Actually, I just realized. So I think after the stream, I'm gonna have to do like another pass at it, but not for now.
But that's fine that you're looking shocked a lot, because we're here at the spooky, scary Luigi's Mansion.
I'm so scared forever.
To be honest, there was never a better stream for you to be constantly shocked faced.
That's true. Also, it's my fucking stream. Look at how
That's
angry
mine.
I am about this. This is my stream. Jody is
Says
my
you.
guest.
Says
Yes,
you
it's
who tries to
me.
steal my stream every single
What?
time I get struck by dynamite. Every time I vanish,
I
you're
know.
like, my stream now.
No, that's Yippee Queen. That's not me doing that.
Oh, I see. You're different people now, are you?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, I see. Mm-hmm. It's funny how you go into character when it's convenient for you, isn't it, Zoe?
That is exactly it, though.
No, no, play your character when it's convenient.
It's just for the bit.
Just for the bit.
I'm
sorry.
No, it's okay. It's funny. Anyway, I'm calibrated now, so all good. So now
Excellent.
it's time to play Luigi's Mansion.
Eggs.
Eggs. Carberry. Ow!
It's not yet time to play Luigi's Mansion. It's time to play Egg stacking. My favorite video game.
It's exactly time for that.
My stream is gone. Stole him.
Stole him! Stole him! I'm gonna show that video for people in the audience who don't know it. Or like haven't seen it.
Are you sure? I kind of think it's funnier if people don't know about it.
But stole them.
Stole them. Gone. Stole them.
Stole them!
Stole them.
And you need to stack ahead on Derek. I know, I'm aware, thank you. Alright, so for those of you who don't know, sometimes I do a bit of voice acting for like shitposts and stuff, for funsies. And I did this one. I get out bed at 12:34 a.m. I go to toilet to take shit. I'm sorry. Toilet not is there. Gone. Stole him. What the hell? Fucking awful timing.
I know, right?
Stole him.
It's my mother deciding to text me 3 times, like
I
just
fucking
randomly.
knew it'd be your mom.
I know, right? I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, your mom should apologize, not you.
I've muted my stream, my phone now.
Muted your mom. Give Jody a sticker of her choice. Wahoo, yippee! Wahoo, yippoo!
Ooh.
What sticker would you
Well-
like, Jody?
One sec, let me just remind myself of the options. I would like... I would like Omega, please.
Okay, good choice. The AM really got me. It's really funny. I
wake
had
up at
to.
12:34 a.m.
AM. The 12:34 a.m. What's really funny is that I had to like re-record it like 3 times because I kept not noticing other like faults in the sentence structure. Like at first I just said it with proper grammar, still like with the and the shit and stuff, but I just have to keep doing it
That's
because I
the
kept
thing
finding
about
new things I did wrong.
yeah, that's the thing about your brain when with languages. It's very easy to just read a sentence that even if it is completely busted, just normally, like you can just read it and grasp what it says without noticing the flaws in it.
Yeah, it's weird.
Which is very useful sometimes. So when you're
Oh,
trying
yeah.
to voice for shitpost, it's not so much.
It's very useful when reading Homestuck.
I can imagine so.
Anyway, it's time for eggs now.
Bam, 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 bam.
Alright, everybody. Let's get the eggs on screen. Starting
My egg.
with... Kira Cat! I started a little bit early with the starting with Muzzle Flash. Polar Stars. Dynalope.
Yay.
Wait! How did I get here? Esteemed Jester.
Egg. Egg.
Wibblers.
Egg.
I'm so bad.
Wibblers. Random Rings. Mildly Cloudy. Why Soup? Foggy Scuff. Z-Man. Zero Elac. Mecha VT. Rutsutera, which will be the end of the first X deck. I make them a little bit shorter now because so that I don't cover up the song titles anymore. Space Junk, starting the second X deck of the day. Or night, depending on. Banshee Strikes. Dark Nitrolin. Atlas. Aura Anima Art. I think that's how that should be pronounced. Deaga. Viridescent Fae. Straw Witch. Kaja. Secret QWERTY. So many eggs at the start. Wow, wow, wow.
I know, right?
Melzanoff.
Stream interrupted.
And Ghostly. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. And Ghostly.
Yay!
Thank you.
That
you all
first
so
egg
much.
stack is not stable. That is the leaning tower of eggs right there.
Yeah, but the power of our community keeps it stable, so it's
true.
fine. It's totally okay.
Derek does that. Derek's
Oh, he
power
does
is to hold the
more.
eggs up.
Kiva Fox also. Thank you. And then we also have a little head for Derek. Ba-dum bum 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 bum. Ba-da-dum dun 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 dun. Oh, well, let's go with the ghosty OCC and give Derek a little tombstone hat made by our very own Green Clonk clone in chat.
Oh, nice. I was about to ask if it was from anything, but I guess it's from Clone.
It's from clone. It's not just from
Yeah.
anything, it's from anyone.
Such wonderful gifts. A hat made of stone.
It's to train your neck and shoulders and such, you know?
Oh, Derek's gonna be so powerful after wearing that for 3 hours.
Derek's gonna be nothing but muscle,
Nothing but muscle.
as opposed to now when it's nothing but muscle and bones and an eyeball and teeth. Or teeth, bones? Teeth are bones. Teeth are bones, Chad. Never forget.
Are they?
Teeth
Okay.
are bones.
I gotta take your word for it.
Teeth are bones. I think my dress is being weird.
To be fair, aren't we all just nothing but muscle and bones and at least one eyeball and teeth?
Teeth are already bones. You don't have to mention them again.
I can't find the bones.
Treat yourself with a sticker of your choice. Ooh, the power! Amazing. Let's see. What's the spookiest, ookiest Sonic character we've got?
Pull out a secret sticker
aside
that no
from
one's ever
Tesla.
seen before.
No, I will not do Beast from Beauty and the Beast. No.
Charmy the Bee.
Vector!
Vector's not scary. He's just bad.
Shut the fuck up. He's scary to you.
He's not scary to me.
Why would you hate him if he didn't scare you, huh?
Many
Also-
reasons.
Yeah, Vector loves Halloween also, that's true. We know this from the most recent Halloween comic. Have I... Hold on, did I read... Yeah, I did read the most recent issue! Ow!
Can't believe you'd spoil the most recent issue that Vector likes Halloween.
I'm sorry. No, that wasn't even... No, and that's the Halloween issue, not the most recent issue. Although they kind of released at the same time, I think. Also, Melsonoff says, stop going, ooh, I'm very scared. There's already so many ghosts in this game. I'm sorry, I'll try to dial it back, but as a ghost, it's sort of like, it's like a tick, you know, a little bit, but I'll try to dial it back, sorry.
She ends every sentence with woo.
Ooh. Teeth are made of dentin, animal, cementum, and pulp. They're not living tissue like bones are. And who are you to decide what is and isn't a bone? I think teeth are bones because teeth are bones.
I'm just imagining that, like, one of the other alts just says, hey, Spectral Queen, what do you want for breakfast? And she's like, I'll have the pancakes. Ooh.
It's like, I'll just say, like, oh, I don't actually, like, eat anything because I'm a ghost. Ooh. Hey, Spectral, do you want to play Mario Kart with us? Oh, yeah, sure. Ooh. Like I don't talk.
No.
I don't talk like a ghost normally, except at the end of the sentence. Grand opinion coming from someone with no bones. I do have bones. I'm a video game character. I have a rig. I have bones in my rig.
It's your Animal Crossing tick going ooh at the end of the sentence.
Wait, that's cute. Oh!
Damn, that looked like it hurt. I'm very glad I'm unaffected by that.
Ow. My nose.
My beautiful nose.
No, my nose. Imagine me and the other queens being in like Animal Crossing villagers though. That's
that would
cute.
be cute.
What would everybody's catchphrases be and stuff?
Ow.
Ow.
Stretch noises.
That's cute. Skeleton Queen, but it's just polygon mesh, invisible ring bones. Skeleton Queen, thank you very much. That
would be funny though.
That would be kind of funny, I agree. But what if we played Luigi's Mansion?
It's true, we promised we wouldn't get sidetracked again.
Yeah, we did. Okay, alright, we have to.
We have to play Luigi's Mansion.
It's important.
We promise this isn't gonna be like last time, chat. We are gonna get through some of the game.
I promise.
We both promise so hard.
You can see, I assume?
I can see, yes.
Good. I think Broadcast Queen's catchphrase should just be ominous ellipses. Just the occasional ... That works. It definitely works. Phoenix would be, where the fuck is Sonic? Hers would just be, I'm tall, by the way. I am relatively tall.
Sure.
Fun fact, she argues that I should also be short because I don't have legs. So if you like go from my waist to my head, we're like the same height or some shit. So she's like, oh, we're the same height. And it's like, no. Listen, you should be counting me by my like a life height. Just because I don't have legs now, like my dress is still longer. You know.
I thought you were never alive.
Well, no, but like in fiction, you know.
Okay.
Like my design is based on what I looked like when I was alive in fiction. So you should go by that, not by what I am now, you know? Because I don't have legs, but like, it's like, I've got like, you know, like when people talk about having lost limbs and then they, you know, and then they can still feel them. They have like phantom itches and shit. Yes. That's how you should imagine. Like I have phantom legs, no pun intended. Does it make sense?
Yeah, it does. Fucked up Fennec being so fucking goats on his lost their legs like short. Like no,
that is no. So fucked up. Actually, you're right. Cancel Fennec Queen.
Cancel. She's a nasty little rodent.
Yeah. Oh wait, someone said something good. Hold on. Do we have to? Sarah says, do we have to save Mario? If we don't, then the other characters get to have some time in the spotlight. That's a good point. Maybe we shouldn't.
That's true.
Let's just not do that. And also we're bothering these ghosts, like I've said.
Yeah. The other characters are so much more interesting than Mario.
True. I had this game for the longest time, but then this stopped working. That sucks, Straw Witch. I miss this game. I want to find another copy of it. Oh, well. You know, you can find a very easy copy on it that you can acquire perfectly legally to play on your perfectly legal Nintendo GameCube.
At the local second-hand shop, it will cost you $200. You can find it in a glass cage, probably. Have you seen second-hand game prices? Like, it's ridiculous.
Oh,
I went to the second-hand shop like the other day, and it's like, I think I once went in there and saw like Pokemon Heart of Gold for like £300. I was like, for fuck's sake. No, we didn't finish the first part. We were busy.
No, we were very busy talking about nothing at all.
I'm pretty sure there was something we were talking about. I can't remember what it was, but I'm pretty sure it was something. We killed the baby.
I know we talked about we killed the baby. That was good. We talked about Hop Pop being EGAD and how EGAD is kissing someone.
Yeah, probably. We talked about how he captured all these sentient creatures for no reason.
Yes, that was very important.
Yeah, we've decided EGAD's the villain of this game. This is everything is his fault. You killed a child? Yes.
You spelled my name wrong, or you had my abbreviation, but yes. Amazing, excellent work. That's why you're the best. Oh yeah, Gregory from Gregory Horror Show. That's it.
QC.
Yeah.
Queen.
Keen.
Keen.
I don't blame you though. You're fine. Baby kind of scary up there. Looks like its mouth is just way too far open. You see that?
Why does it have two identical pictures of itself in this room?
That is also a little bit odd, I will say.
Bum 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 bum.
You finished the first one. Never mind. I retire. Oh yeah, I guess we did get the baby, so that was it. I think.
Ah, fair enough. That's the end of the first part, is it?
I don't know why I put that. It's not even close. It's okay. I've like done the same thing with my abbreviation. I'm gonna be honest. Like, dang it! Like, I had to think about like, how do you? What's the abbreviation for my username again? The baby.
The baby.
Quectral Speen. Quectral Speen.
Quectral Speen.
Speen. Stole them. I can't wait till meme maker cooldown ends. I literally woke up this morning in a haze, made at the time seemed like the funniest comic meme ever, and looking at it now, it's completely non sequitur, and I need to do it. That is very fun and exciting. Oh, a sippy, I will take that. Thank you very much. Are you moving on to the second area or already past that? I don't know. I'm just trying. The crowd
that is
home
not
to a
gonna
colony of
fit.
microscopic frogs with sunglasses. If she denies this, it's already too late for me. This is how I think it's gonna happen. Zoe will shoot me, then I'll shoot Zoe, then Luigi will enter and get shot by Zoe. Hello everyone in chat. Zoe can't see this part of the message. Oh, I don't see that part. I guess I won't be reading it out loud. Maybe someone else could do it to chat.
Everyone
and I
say
won't know.
something nice to Zoe right now.
Is that what it said?
No.
Okay. I genuinely don't know. I'm not reading the rest of the message. I'm respecting it.
You can't be allowed to know what the rest of it said.
Okay.
Polar Star says, Zoe, you're my favorite Twitch streamer.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate when people say that. Someone in response to like the meme video with Stolen said that they've like been quoting it together with their friend or whatever, like ever since they first watched it, and that is wild to me. Or like they've been referencing or whatever. That is insane to me. Like that people would like reference stuff I did. That's
I
wild.
guess so. I don't know what you think is insane, considering we've been saying it for the last few days before you posted that. So like, why would other people not?
But that's I don't know.
Stole them.
Stole them.
Stole them.
God, the foom pop sound is so satisfying.
It is. Are these real bats or are they ghost bats?
Those are ghost bats.
Okay.
You can see because they look like ghosts. Like that one. Wait. Okay, bye.
My mansion stole them.
What else is chat saying, by the way?
Let's see. Zoe's responsible for curating possibly one of the most welcome communities I've been part of. I also think she's really nice.
Aww.
Zoe's an amazing voice actress.
Aw, thank you.
And I feel so bad for rats and mice in these games. I don't think that's something nice about you. I think that's just shouldn't.
No, but it's true.
It is true.
I feel bad
Somebody
for...
shot me once and it was awesome.
That rules.
Damn, I don't think I've ever written anything more, ever read anything more simpish in my life. Damn, this girl shot me, that was awesome.
I mean, I've definitely read simpier things. I'm pretty sure I've read simpier things directed at me.
Really?
Yeah, you know, just people essentially like flirting and stuff.
I see.
Like this is not that. I mean, it could be considered simpy, but it's also just funny, you know.
Yeah, no, I know.
I know
I was
you're probably
mainly-
just
I was-
joking,
I was
Yeah.
joking, yes, of course I was.
but
It's
you
just
know,
the idea,
you know we
damn
don't
this.
tell jokes here.
I know, sorry, I forgot we're kissing with serious. It was the idea of being like, damn, this girl calls me grievous bodily harm. That's so cool of her.
That was based actually.
That's base, actually. I deserved it, actually.
How do you interact with things in this game?
Not in a simp way, just it's a cool she has a gun way. So you wouldn't have
Don't worry,
a gun.
don't worry, I got it.
She has
Yeah.
2.
That's right. Give me both hands. Come on. Ooh, I got 2 guns. I got them right here. It's so funny whenever I do that.
She
'Cause-
says flexing her completely flat arms.
yeah, I did not think to add any muscle to these arms whatsoever, which is. It was like because it was following the Mega Man Legends art style largely.
Yeah.
But I definitely should change that.
Add some
Eventually.
muscle to those arms.
How do you fucking
I don't know. It's a
Luigi, do you-
lever. Can you not just pull it?
Luigi, do you not know how to use these? You idiot! Oh yeah, I can blow
What
up.
the fuck is a lever?
I'm too young. I only know buttons.
He only knows how to use vacuum and flashlight. He does not know how to pull leather.
Girls these days only know or Italian plumbers only know these days only know 2 things: use vacuum and flashlight.
Italian plumbers these days apparently don't even know plumbing.
I guess not. No.
Damn. Luigi can be a girl these days, I think. I mean, we can't
course.
speculate until he comes out, you know?
Yeah,
We
like it's
shouldn't
not. It's,
speculate till he comes out.
of course, he can be a girl if he wants to, but it's up to him.
Yes. Mario!
I just made like a post the other day about pretending to trick Mario into thinking he's a girl. That was a good post. He does wear dresses a lot, and he said that he enjoys it, but it still doesn't
Oh,
make
you
him a
mean
girl.
Luigi?
No. That was. Oh,
Oh.
interesting.
See the way you phrased it, I thought you were
Yeah, no, sorry.
gaslighting. I thought you were saying you were gaslighting Mario into thinking he himself is the girl. Like, how is
Yes.
that gonna work?
No, that was what I was doing originally, but then I responded to a chat
okay.
message talking about that Luigi wears dresses a lot.
I see.
But just because he wears a dress doesn't mean he's a girl. But again, there is clearly some gender questioning going on there, or at least gender norm questioning.
Zoe,
Yes.
don't interrupt this ghost. They're in the shower.
Listen, I need to get Mario back or something. It's important.
But the privacy, Zoe.
Is there a ghost in the shower even?
Guys, I think they got out and tried to kill you for, I don't know, spying on them.
Oh wait. Oh, we're getting a call from Hop Up. What was that noise?
Oh my god, I can't believe you're getting a call from the piranha from Rayman 2.
I was born after 1993. I only know a trick. Charge my phone, be bisexual, eat a hot chip and lie. Iket quacks like a duck, he does. Iket is like a rabid animal of a man. He really is like a funny little freak, he's so funny. Anyway. That one will... Looks like you're running into a bit of trouble there. Maybe you need more training. There are some ghosts who'll try to grab and hold you. When that happens, try moving your control stick back and forth to shake them off. That didn't actually happen at all, but okay. It's the age-old struggle for survival, my boy. Don't lose heart, Luigi. Thank you,
I like
Uncle.
how you did that fight so perfectly that the tutorial afterwards didn't make sense.
Yeah.
I also really like how you constantly say that one will do to send your voice into the hot pot voice.
That one will do.
That
Oh,
one
it
will
gets
do.
me. I'm just so much in the amphibian mood, you know this.
I know this.
Always. I could have sworn there was supposed to be a ghost here.
You killed them both. Maybe if you can you open the window?
Nope, it's...
Fair enough.
Hmm.
I mean, the lights are on now, so there can't be any ghosts here now because it's a light. Ghosts can't be in the light. Everyone knows this.
Well, literally, I think that is the case in this game.
No.
No, it's not. I was lying. Fuck you.
That's their one weakness. No.
Do you mean those treasure ghosts? I don't know.
Mario.
The one that aren't just like... The one that have personality and story and such, you know?
Mario.
What's the sound? Hold on.
Someone's playing piano.
Yeah. Is it in here? Maybe.
I think the door across the hall's the one you just got the key for.
This one?
I think so.
You're
Yes.
right. I should know that. Is it because it showed it and I didn't register it? Okay, yeah, I got it.
I'm so...
The portrait ghost, that's the one. I wake up at 12:34 a.m. To capture a ghost. I go to the bathroom and ghost is not there. Gone. Stop him!
Stop him!
Stop him!
Where is it? Oh fuck! It's shy guy ghosts.
Yeah,
They're so shy.
but who are we to say whether or not they're a guy?
So true. Unfortunately, that is the only name they're known by, so I have to assume they're all men.
You know, okay. I was like, I'm gonna say a funny thing, and it was like, no. I don't know what to say based on that.
Fair enough.
It's like, is that good? Is that bad? Who knows? Ow, stop stealing my money.
I'm sorry that I haven't talked you into a corner.
It's okay, it's whatever. I think there should be a mod for this game that replaces Luigi with Sonic and the coins with rings. I think it'd be fun.
I like the noise they make.
Wow.
Wow.
We all know that, the Shy Guy was the best character to play in Mario Kart DS. Because he was
So
like,
true,
he had the
bro.
most balanced stats. And also he went, meow!
No.
Meow! Meow, meow!
Do they still put shy guys in Mario games? I don't think I've seen one in ages.
I know that
know
Shy
it's in
Guy is
Mario
playable in Mario
Kart
Kart 8 Deluxe.
Yeah.
I don't know aside from that.
Hello. They were very good in Yoshi's Island. I missed
Oh my god!
Spin!
This flood wouldn't work because Sonic is never scared. That's right, he wouldn't be scared in this game. He would just be like, oh yeah, this is happening, you know? Oh, okay.
So you wouldn't interrupt these two dancers, would you? They're lovers.
I wouldn't, but Luigi would.
Okay. When we gets fucked up, let them live their lives.
Oh, how do you... Wait, there we go.
Look
Come
at
on.
them.
Hello?
They're in love.
There we go.
So, you can see me? Well, that may be, but you will never find my weakness.
What about your wife?
Please don't steal me from him. That's his weakness.
Please don't steal my wife.
I don't think this gent can even see us.
I'm looking at... But I'm looking at them.
But I'm looking at them. It's okay, these ghosts are straight. It's true. That means they don't matter.
Trill. Not true, not a good mindset.
No, no, don't. No, of course not.
Funny though. So are they gonna share a heart? Because they're both trying to get away right now.
I guess so.
No! What? I was doing so good forever.
They dropped a lot of pearls.
I would like to acquire them.
Delicious pearls. How cute that they share a heart, so true.
Wow.
Either that or the
Maybe-
woman is just heartless.
Ooh, fucked up. Or he stole her heart. I'm not sure. I think it's when they like. Car battery! Ow! Ow! Oh. Ow. Oh.
They are like gold dust. I think you gotta flash them, don't you?
What'd you say?
I think you gotta flash them, don't you? No, I mean when they go into their somewhat perceivable state.
I don't think I had to do it last time when I
Okay.
did manage to get them. Luigi paints down with straights on his vacuum cleaner. Luigi, no! That's just inciting more conflict. Just kill them in secret.
Oh, there's so many ghosts in this match, and luckily I've hired the down cis man to come sort it out.
I don't understand what I'm supposed to do.
I mean, you did it once.
Sometimes they appear a little bit. Okay. Wait, is it specifically when I'm like rotating also? And also not looking at them? Okay, I think I have to be rotating and not looking at them.
I see. You see, they're in the 4th dimension, so you have to be rotating at the same speed as them in order to
Yeah, that's it.
see them.
Okay.
You go.
I don't
Okay,
understand.
sure.
Oh, sure. Whatever.
Don't look at a horse. It's fine.
Mario. Oh, yeah.
Just gotta wait and not look at them. Okay. They're
No.
very embarrassed.
Good.
Good. Fucking ghosts.
Fuck off, ghost. I'm the only valid ghost here.
Damn, bad mindset to have.
Yep, it is. It was a joke. Luigi, maybe it's not a great idea to paint the downward cis on your cart. But Mario, I gotta warn them. I'm going to run into them. I'm going to drive into them. It is only fair to give them a good warning. Luigi.
I'm so glad you clarified that the idea that you were the only valid ghost was a joke, as if I was worried that you defend the other ghosts.
I don't know. I don't know these ghosts.
Do you believe in ghosts, Zoe?
I believe that in. Oh shit. Oh god.
It's hard not to when you're being attacked by them constantly.
An M1. I believe in the potentiality.
Fair enough.
I do not believe in ghosts currently. Oh god. I've had an experience that could make one believe in ghosts, but it hasn't done so yet. But I haven't had any concrete evidence that ghosts aren't real. So
You're not discounting the idea, but you don't believe yourself.
holy shit! Look at Luigi.
Yeah.
Yeah. I never told this. I never told you guys my ghost story. Oh, okay. I will tell my ghost story.
Ooh.
So if this machine kills fascist stick on the poltergeist, well, that's a good sticker. That's a good one.
That's a base sticker.
Yeah. Because people who are cis are not inherently evil. People who are fascists are. So that's a good one. You want to spark conflict with fascists because they're fucking assholes.
Oh my god, I just realized the dust isn't appearing in the mirror. The dust is a vampire.
Oh my god. No. Vampires are dust. Duh.
Oh, I see.
I don't believe in ghosts, Zoe, but I do believe in ghosts, Zoe. You believe in me as a ghost. That's nice.
I
Thank
believe
you.
in you, Zoe.
Oh, thanks. Alright, I'm gonna... Anyway, there's a very clever puzzle here, which is... Did I press the wrong button again? And that you can't... Anyway, you can see the opposite wall in this mirror. very advanced
Yes.
technology back in the
There's a
day.
button.
There's a Buton.
That was just Luigi pointing at you.
Hello, player.
Hello, I see you. I could
Can't-
see you the whole time.
Can't hide from me, ghost.
I'm coming for you.
Honestly, Luigi should be sucking more of the dust. Like, it's terrible in here.
I know, right? Anyway, the ghost
I
story.
think when I do that, I just spread more dust. Actually, that's bad. Yes, the ghost story. The story of the ghost, potentially. Once upon a time, I'm pretty sure I must have told this story at some point, but I can tell it again. So I was in the woods at some point, having a grand old time. I'd been cycling through the woods, and then I found a building in the woods. A creepy old witch's cottage. Just kidding. Also, oh my god!
Oh my fucking god, why did
It's
you do
Luigi!
that?
Look, guys, Luigi's finally here! We're gonna do to you what we did to your brother. Only worse.
What's on his back? He gets called against 3,000! Everybody's ground!
Good job, Luigi. You've made everything infinitely worse.
I love that Luigi's one like text reaction to anything is just question mark, question mark, question mark.
Yeah. She released the orbs.
I'm very happy about this. I like that. They're so hee-hee-hoo coded.
Luigi.
He got clearly hired those ghosts to sell more vacuums. Man, why is it like that? Anyway.
Oh no, I got rigged! Luigi! Are you okay? That was them. Those were the ones who released all of the ghosts from the paintings in my gallery. Those fiends. I wonder where King Boo and his gang had gone. So they were hiding in the mansion all along. Thanks for fleshing them out, Luigi. I'm tickled you found them, but perhaps it would have been better if you hadn't. Well, let every single one escape.
Why were they locked up anyway if they made the whatever? I guess you know what? They released all the painting ghosts, and I think I imagine the painting ghosts are the ones who built the castle or the mansion, right? Because they all have their own rooms and stuff. So this just gives more credibility to the idea that the painting ghosts are just normal people that are just living their lives, and Egad just like trapped them for no reason. Because they're like, yay, we're free, that's nice, but also boos are like a problem, so we'll trap them here. You know?
The painting ghosts are just men. They're just innocent men.
They're just innocent men. Women and babies and anything else. I think there's a dog.
Fucked up.
They're literally just minding their own business.
Just a thought. Ah, well, water under the bridge. Anyway, you should probably come back to lab for a sec.
Just innocent man.
Just innocent men.
You should come back to lab for a sec so I can beat the shit out of you, Luigi. What the fuck are you doing? Why did you release all the booze, you idiot?
I didn't know they were in there.
Stop pressing buttons, dumbass.
Jesus.
We're ghosts, Luigi. We're going to kill you. Only worse.
Wait, is that the Hoover Clean Slate Pet Carpet and Upholstery Spot Cleaner? Our only weakness!
I've been waiting for you, young Luigi.
Ghosts
Time
are
you
in
learned my secret technique.
being old. Oh right, that's true actually. When you examine stuff with the Game Boy Horror, Luigi actually does have things to say about stuff. That's right. I forgot.
Oh, yeah.
You're right. Ghosts were invented by old frogs to sell more vacuums. I dare anyone to send this to their friends without context. I'd do it. Oops.
I've been waiting for you, young Luigi. Your brother must have been taken by that gang of booze. Poor failure. Oh, now don't talk crazy. They're not gonna eat the man. But what became of him, Odd that he hasn't come back. Common theory holds that boos grow in strength when they travel in numbers. They must somehow combine their powers too. Their power likely overwhelmed your brother. If your aim is to save Mario, there's but one way to do it. Capture each boo and slowly weaken the group's power. But boos, as their name implies, like to hide and then jump out to scare people. You've got your work cut out finding them. Don't get all down in the mouth, my boy. That Game Boy Horror I gave you was a secret function. I knew it'd come in handy one day, so I developed it secretly.
What do you mean, like, secretly?
Why do you have to develop it secret? You're the only guy who made it. Like,
Yeah,
why does it have to be secret?
What does it have to be? Did you, like, make it a secret for yourself and, like, as, like, a sleeper agent, it was locked inside your brain until just now? What do you mean, secretly?
I gave myself a concussion to forget the horrible things I've done.
It's the only way I can live with myself.
Do you know how hard it is to sleep at night, Luigi?
I killed Spike, don't you know? It was only in a video game, but it felt so real.
That's so real.
Does Ikat have dementia and he just now remembering? The boos have the power of friendship. That's cute. That's cute.
That's cute. Actually.
I call it the Boo Raider. The Boo Raider will flash red when something round like a boo is hidden nearby. Use it to surge anywhere, Luigi.
I would have called it the roundometer, but okay.
What? So it's just when something round is hidden nearby?
Yeah, just someone, and I do think that's used for like fake scares and stuff. I think.
Oh great! It's just another football again.
God, fuck.
All right now, Sonny. Don't go tuckering yourself out. Relax and just try to get those boos one at a time. The trick is using the control stick and the C stick together. Don't forget now. Where the fuck are you gonna go?
Footballs are around because we are European and we talking about the thing you actually kick with your foot the majority of the time. You are thinking of the elbow egg.
Points accusingly. American.
American. There's an American among us.
Disgusting. Among us.
I was making. Oh, God damn it. No way! I finally have a radar to find my marbles! Yay!
These Americans are pretty sus, to be honest.
North American, kill them, girls! It's a U.S. American.
Disgusting. Get them out of here.
Ashley Miami, thank you very much for your eggy. Ow! Kitty! Ew.
I've denounced my home country many times.
Well, you weren't the one saying that footballs aren't round, so like you're fine. You know better.
Mm-hmm. Luigi, I made a radar to track Americans.
Just holds up a cheeseburger. I'm sorry, Americans. I'm sorry.
For any Americans that don't understand this game, this is like if cheeseburger was haunted.
Oh, I see. Now I get it. Links allowed. I want to post a Wikipedia page. Links are not allowed. Sorry. Not in here, but they're in a Discord.
Luigi! A boo! There was this big boo! There was this big boo flying around! Be extra careful!
Okay.
Okay.
I'm a Luigi.
I'm gonna win.
Ow!
I'm a Wario. I'm gonna win.
Oh no. Wario's mansion, but it's just like a home decorating simulator.
This place
Ow.
is great.
it is very cute that the GameCube had Mario Sunshine. I died.
Oh, you've killed her. Fucked up that you've done that. Yo, we got the Riverin one. Hell yeah, let's go.
Yay!
What are we
cool.
gonna get?
It's
Let's go, McQueen.
it's the main girl.
The main girl, the real girl.
No, the real girl is when we do like a Lego stream or something, you know?
I see.
Ah, she. You call them grilled hams despite the fact that they are obviously steamed.
How does Gauntlet Queen know that she is the default Gauntlet Queen?
Because
What if there's a more default Gauntlet Queen out there?
well, I mean, all the doors open in my castle, so you know, I think I know.
Maybe that's just a coincidence. What if there's more alts out there that have other castles where different doors are opening?
That's a scary thought.
I'm sorry.
I don't need this right now.
Damn, I'm just trying to play Luigi's Mansion. You're trying to give me an existential crisis.
It's fucked up. What are you doing to me? Default Queen is a valid alt name. Oh my god, what if there is a default queen out there?
Default Queen is just a standard Fortnite skin. Just the blender cube. The blender cube with a crown on top.
And an anime face, naturally.
Yeah.
That was a stretchy, thank you. Did I miss any eggs? Yes, I missed one. Missed one little egg. Mechazoic era, thank you very much. There we go.
I'm really living in my Mechazoic era right now.
Nope. Oh no, my money. Boom.
Can't believe these ghosts are trying to steal your money.
What did they need? I mean, I guess I did steal it from them.
Okay, well, I don't care. They deserved it.
Fair. Real door. Basic Queen is default model, but holding a Starbucks cup. I've never purchased anything from Starbucks, and I never will.
I'm trying to think. I have. Yes, I purchased one thing from Starbucks. I didn't have much choice. I was on a long road trip and I really needed the bathroom. And the only place that I passed was the Starbucks, and I also had to buy something to use that bathroom, so I just bought a muffin and used the bathroom and left.
That's fair. You gotta do something. At least you got like a muffin, which is... They probably don't even make those themselves, so it's hard to get wrong.
It's a 5-hour road trip. Maybe.
What the fuck was
Is that
that?
hand?
There's something here. There!
Oh, it's a candelabra.
It's not even lit. And I know we get elemental powers later, we read about that. So my guess is I'll have to get that first and then light the candles.
Luigi gets elemental powers?
Yeah, he gets elemental powers.
That's fucked up.
It's pretty wild.
Is he allowed those?
Well, he has him. Is there really no ghost here? This feels so weird.
Luigi ends this game more powerful than Mario will ever be.
It's true. I mean, I feel like it's almost like a Goku Gohan situation where, like, Luigi is definitely like set up to be able to surpass Mario, but he just never does.
He's actually here not to save Mario, but to make sure the job's done right.
Occupied. Actually, I'm afraid to leave because of all the booze out there. Are there still boos in this area? I guess there are.
Boo!
Also, I get out of bed at 12:34 a.m. I go to McDonald's to get burger. Burger is not there. Gone. Stole them.
American Horror Story. No. Gone. Stolen. Are the McDonald's that are open at 12:34 a.m.?
I mean, yeah, I think there are probably McDonald's that are open at 34 a.m.
Dang, they stole the whole McDonald's.
They stole the McDonald's. They stole the whole McDonald's.
This is a warning to McDonald's Corporation. I will destroy every one of your locations till my demands are met.
I will steal all of them.
All of them.
So how do I scan?
My first demand, reveal what is inside the chicken nuggets.
Oh, wait. Oh! Bloody Bacon, thank you very much for following. Welcome. Luigi's like the Gohan of Mario, technically stronger and more potential than anyone else, but the writers never do anything with him. That's what I'm saying, yeah, exactly. The only reason Luigi isn't better than Mario already is his lack of confidence. If he had self-confidence, he would be unstoppable. I feel like it. Luigi overcomes way harder threats, I feel.
I feel like the Sonic, not Sonic character, the Mario character with the who's the strongest and has the most potential is Daisy.
Agreed.
True in my heart, I believe that that Daisy should be the star of that Princess Peach game and not Peach. Daisy deserves that game so much more.
Agreed. Daisy is the better character.
So true.
What is this? Oh, it's just a chair.
What a baby.
What a bitch. This will never pass the white glove test.
No, hang on. I'm just imagining you scan the one chair, like, it's just a chair, and then you scan the stack of chairs. He's like, ah!
Oh, it's just several chairs. It's okay. Nothing to be afraid of. Mario. Money.
No one said there'd be more than one chair. I'm fucking scared, dude.
So the beepy is going off, suggesting that there is
Beep.
a ghost in the room.
It's the
But
mob.
oh,
Oh, you found it. You've looked at it. Goes behind the boxes.
oh wait, maybe just do this. There we go.
Just call me Game Boo.
I know I didn't look at Will actually. Oh, he's gone.
Okay. Wow, boo.
That's a bull. That's a bull.
Text the camera. Oh. The next boss of this game is musical chairs. I could see it. Honestly, that does feel very much like the sort of thing you might encounter in this game.
What it is there's nothing that scares Luigi more than the prospect of having company over.
The
was a
fuck,
bomb.
dude? What am I? Oh, okay.
There it is. I am Boolala.
Oh, they don't have hearts, I guess. Okay, interesting.
Well, yeah, boos are heartless creatures.
That it's true.
Inherently evil.
Mercy! You've already caught your first boo. That'll do. I've been researching those guys. Well, these boos don't seem to like life much, that's for sure.
Okay, what else is new? The boos are nobodies. That makes so much
very
sense. Ow, that's why all their names have X's in them and stuff. I get it. Yeah, every boo has a pun. I do know that, and that's very cute.
They do their best to hide in under. I am.
So sorry, I interrupted you.
That's fine. I just said this boo's name out loud. I went boo la la.
Boo la la. Boo la la.
They do their best to hide in and under furniture when they're stuck in a lit room. So then I reckon that means that turning on all the lights in the mansion is the fastest way to find all the boos. What'd you say, youngster? Okay, now send me the boo and all the data you've got. Be careful, Luigi.
Be careful.
What, like in general, or something going on right now?
Be careful of the ghosts, so you will join them.
For tea.
Be careful of the ghosts, so you will join them. By my hand, Luigi.
Don't fucking disappoint me, Luigi. Don't fucking disappoint me, Red Mario. I mean, Green Luigi. I mean, fuck.
Don't disappoint me like your brother did. I can't believe these ghosts are now carpet bombing. What the fuck?
It's fucked up.
You know what they say, Luigi? You're gonna die here.
Fuck these noises. Is this some kind of horror game with like miscellaneous sounds to scare you?
I don't feel safe.
I don't feel safe.
By the way, if you die here, can I have your soul to study?
I think I'd rather have it be buried along with my body if that sounds the same to you.
No. No, it's not.
Oh. Okie dokie.
How, Luigi? Why do you think you're getting a burial? Oh, Luigi, with your brother gone, there's no one left to mourn you, silly.
What about Daisy? Peach? Wario?
No. I'm sorry,
nobody
Luigi.
likes you. So sorry. It's big sad.
Not even your girlfriend.
I have a girlfriend?
I thought it was a strongly believed that Daisy and Luigi were together.
No, Daisy's a lesbian, sorry.
Okay, I think that might just be you. And me, but also I don't.
You don't?
I would want her to be a lesbian, but I know she's not.
Have some faith.
Like, I couldn't think of the proper words, so it's like I want her to be too, but I always said I don't force my beliefs onto others, which is not the right thing I was gonna say. I could think of the proper words, so like for what I was trying to say.
That's okay. But no, Daisy's a lesbian, Peach is bi.
Okay. Bye bye.
Oh, hello. Oh, Ghost.
Spooky.
Oh, okay, bye, Ghost.
He's just left. Luigi with Bowser? No way.
No, they're dating. Whoa, that's a lot of money on this one.
I mean, they're dating. Mario would never allow such a thing.
No, he would. He had some trouble like accepting, or like he didn't have trouble accepting it, but he had like trouble really coming to understand like how he should handle it in the situation. And some of the fact that his brother is gay, but he ended up being like the strongest ally. Like he's like extremely forcibly extremely like a strong ally and stuff. This is my headcanon. Okay. Mario himself is cishet, however. Noise! I don't know why.
Oh, money!
Oh, it was a gold rat.
Holy shit!
Did you see what I posted in the group chat earlier where I said I don't understand people who are attracted to Mario, I think they should be killed? And then Dyer just posted a picture of Bowser with a speech bubble going out to my post.
Because he's like, Because he's like, I don't understand how anybody could be attracted to Mario. Well, Luigi's right there. You know? Did I get all the booze yet? Hello? Occupied.
Damn.
Yeah, Mambalina, Mambalina, Capirina, Capirina. Whoa, yeah, Mambalina, Mambalina.
Vivian likes Mario, though she's also a lesbian. I hate to break it to you, if there is a girl in the Mario franchise, then she's lesbian. This is a fact.
Peach is bi. Some
Okay,
people can be
Peach is
bi.
Okay, fine. Fine. Someone can be bi then.
Yeah, some of them can be bi. Vivian is also trans. This is true, and that's like true.
Do you think they're gonna do you think they're gonna bring that back in the remake, or do you think they're just gonna wipe it?
I hope they bring it back. Like, I hope at the very least they keep it as it was. But it would be great if they like hammer really
just bring back the original translation from the Japanese version.
Yeah, that's established lore. That's what I'm saying. That's actually real.
Yeah.
What other ghosts are there?
But
like, do I have to go in? I'll try going in the
just-
previous area. Go on.
I was just saying, I thought when they translated to English, they made it so that wasn't mentioned or the case anymore. So I'm wondering what they're gonna do with the remake.
Yeah, me too. Wait, what about here? Okay, not here. I'm kind of bad at this sometimes. Never mind. I gotta say, it's a very fun concept and stuff to... We're like, ooh, but I'm having a little bit of trouble controlling the vacuum and stuff sometimes.
I have to imagine you have to pull that lever in the basement, because I can't see where else you could go.
I mean, I'm just gonna go into previous areas and see if there's anything happens there. But yeah,
Fair
like,
enough, I suppose.
it does feel really, really weird that I haven't been able to just fucking see, okay, there's also blues over here. But it seems really weird that I can't just use that lever.
Yeah. He can't do it. It's not possible for him. His
Luigi
little
doesn't
arms
know.
are too weak.
Yeah, just doesn't get it.
Yes, burn the place, Luigi.
Yes. Ow.
Oh my god, it's a taboo.
It's Taboo from Smash Brothers. Okay, so because... No, fuck. Because they don't have a heart, I don't have to lock onto them, like get the heart first, but I also can't lock onto them.
That's the trick.
Oh.
So
I was like,
it's the
alright,
same one that's fake.
Yeah, but I haven't been here for a while.
I know, I'm sorry.
So mean to me.
I am mean and cruel and evil. Wow. That's a bomb.
I know. I'm aware, thank you.
No, I know that you know.
It's Taboo again. Whee!
I'm mainly saying it for the Game Boy Horror's benefit.
Okay. I can tell you what you're supposed to do next if you want. No, I'm good. For now, I'm just gonna keep looking for blues and seeing if that's gonna be enough. After I cleared the second area, I thought it felt a little lonely when the lights came on and the ghosts weren't there anymore. I missed them. You know what? I get that. I like when there's ghosts. They can be your friends or your alter ego from a different universe.
I do find it funny how EGAD is like, oh yeah, it finds hidden round things. I sure hope they don't have any bombs around. That would suck.
I'm sure they don't have any bombs. Go on. Where does Helmet go?
Where does helmet?
Unbelievable! There's no stopping you, Luigi. Okay, now send me the boo and all the data you've got.
Boo.
Oh.
Be careful, Luigi.
Oh wait, there's another ghost.
Be careful, Luke. Don't get killed. Mario.
Oh, hi. Thank you.
Luigi.
Luigi. Oh. What? Why? This? The painting? The door?
Oh, it stopped beeping at all now. Did it leave?
I think it left. It's definitely still here.
The mansion's gonna take off if you're doing this.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. It's still going faster. I don't think I kept it going for long enough last time that I got money from it. Because apparently it gets you money eventually.
Luigi's flying mansion.
I love up, dude.
No, you did get money from this.
Did I?
Yeah, I remember you getting it.
Okay, damn, it looks like it's going so fast now that it looks like it's not going anymore. Ooh.
Now it's going backwards.
Ooh, but it's actually just an optical illusion.
It is.
Because if you listen to the audio, we were quiet for a moment. You can hear it going so fast.
Gonna break the model at this rate.
I mean, yeah, if I keep this going for long enough, it will fuck something up. The boo is just like looking like, is he gonna try to capture me or? Yeah.
Luigi starts getting shorter because the force of the fan is pushing him to the ground. Hello, Cole.
Wait, oh my god, wait, if you look at the model, it's actually like starting to jitter now, I think.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the speed is just uncapped, yeah.
It's gonna start making Half-Life 2 fucking ragdoll noises.
I want to see if I can crush the game with this, yeah. We just saved, so it's fine. Also, hi Clone.
Luigi, what are you doing? You're a madman! You have to stop! Space and time is shattering!
Spin.
Listen to that fucking whooshing. Wait, it reset.
Oh, that's boring.
At least this audio sounds like it.
No, it does sound like a reset, doesn't it?
I think maybe like it reached its cap and so it like went back around to the start of the speed, you know?
You overflowed the integer.
Damn.
It's been so fast to teleport you to another multiverse.
That's how the crossover between Mario and Rabbids works actually. It's so funny that it can go so fucking fast though. Luigi's Mansion Area 2, that's how Luigi's Mansion 2, that's how we get there.
I know, that's the bad one.
Oh no! I didn't know, I haven't played any of the other ones, or this one.
Yeah, Dark Moon's bad. Luigi Mansion 3's good though. Oh, fuck me. That is a fast fan.
Damn, yeah. Anyway.
Oh, it's fine if you like Dark Moon. I'm just saying it's the weakest of the series, and widely considered that. So.
Boolicious.
Yummy boolicious.
Oh, fuck. Sounds like there's another one in the room.
How many boos in this fucking room?
I guess that was it. I thought there was another one. Oh well.
Mario!
Luigi doing this is the only reason why everything else in the Mario universe happens. It's like the ultimate butterfly effect. It's all thanks to Mario, to Luigi. Okay, yeah,
It's
this
the
room is
butterfly
clear now.
effect, but much more extreme.
Much more fun and interesting.
Yes. You see, if Luigi spins his fan strong enough to break the multiverse, and Bowser kidnaps Peach again.
Mm-hmm. That's how it works.
Yep.
For some reason, Bowser doesn't
For every-
understand why either.
For every rotation of that
Turbo.
fan, Bowser kidnaps Peach one more time.
Wow!
We're gonna be
Come
here a while,
on.
folks.
That's okay, it gives Mario something to do.
Yowzer.
I got one, cruising, yay! I'm not gonna read every single thing that he says there, because it's a lot.
Hey, Zoe.
Hmm?
Boo. Okay. Damn, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it's that scary.
It was.
It still is.
It is still in my memory, my poor little memory.
You poor little memory. That scare is gonna shake you to a very core for years.
I'll never be the same.
No. Amount of therapy you're gonna need to get over me saying boo to you once.
You don't understand the power that you hold. Bamboo!
Like the plant, I get it.
Yeah, this bitch gonna get eaten by Panda Bear. No!
Not even gonna get eaten by you.
Or is it?
Damn, very taunting you a lot for someone with 1 health.
Seriously?
You found 5 boos. You're a boo-snaring maniac. I understand you're worried about your brother, young feller, but just take her easy. You have plenty of time still, so try to keep your shirt on. Why not go to the washroom and splash some water on your face? You'll feel much better, believe me.
Oh, what could it mean? Perhaps it means that there's finally a painting ghost in there.
I remember reading about this game. Apparently the reason those messages pop up telling you to take it easy is because a lot of playtesters, once the boos were introduced, just went after them all instantly. And got really fucking bored, and so they just added messages telling you, look, you can just pick them up whenever. Please don't just go after the boos instantly. They're begging you.
There are other ghosts in the game, please.
Yes.
I figured it would just be like, it's like, hey man, remember to take a break from gaming now and then, you know?
Mm-hmm.
We're Nintendo, we love to say that. We have to pretend that we care about you.
Mario.
You can't say that around here.
Can boos even sit?
That's also a good question.
They don't have no bottom. How would they sit?
I guess for them sitting and lying down end up being kind of the same thing, probably.
I just wonder how sitting on something works. They just have to like hover so they're slightly just like touching it, or otherwise they just fall through. Or like, how does that
I
work?
mean, if they can attack someone, right? If they can attack someone, that means that they can take a physical form, and it's like a choice either to be physical or like it's a choice to be corporeal or to not be corporeal, depending on what like the base state is. But that means that they can sit on something by just being corporeal and then just lowering down on the surface, right?
I guess so. I guess that is true.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
Thinks about the idea of a PS1 character getting so scared that their textures get all compressed. That's cute. That's fun.
Oh, see, now I'm just thinking of fucking Vibri from Vibrant. This is what happens when you make a mistake.
You just become a flat wireframe.
This is what happens when you make a mistake.
Still not. Is this not the washroom?
Well, he said splash some water in your face, so I'm guessing he wants you to use the basin. If you can?
Maybe this is not the washroom, maybe...
Are you sure there's not like a use key you're missing?
Oh look, it's Todd.
Yeah.
Look, it's Todd.
It's Todd Howard, there he is.
That's him.
They made that game No Man's Sky.
Oh, there you are. I hate that game.
And then he kills them.
Yeah!
Yay! And we're so happy about it.
I dropped a really important thing into the toilet. I didn't mean to.
Goodbye! Damn, you're a little freak.
That sucks. Goodbye.
It was my phone!
Okay, call me later. Don't worry about.
Hold on, how do you do Luigi?
Mario. Don't worry about it.
Wow! Hey, you're right. No point crying over spilled milk. I suppose I'll just flush that old worry away. Yep, I'll just let it swirl on down to depths and let happiness refill my life.
Wow, that's great, Toad.
Okay, you don't need to. If it's still in there, you don't need to flush it away. You can just get it out. Like I didn't realize that.
I think he's talking metaphorically.
Oh, I see. Fair enough.
Goodbye. You will die here.
Even I can help you out. I promise. Please don't leave me.
No.
I'm gonna check the toilet.
Okay.
I mean, there might be something in there.
Luigi the life coach.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. So you really hadn't flushed it yet. What the hell?
I just didn't want putting my hands in the toilet water.
But you're
It's
Luigi.
gross.
You're not scared of anything.
You're a freak.
You're a freak. Those gloves he's wearing are not suitable for plumbing either, because those look absorbent. Like, those are fabric. They're not gonna.
You're right.
That's disgusting. Put on some rubber gloves, you maniac.
This is why they never do any plumbing work, because they're not dressed right.
So many ghosts.
Jody probably just saved you like 45 minutes wandering around. No, for real. If you hadn't been here, I just definitely wouldn't have checked the toilet.
Why wouldn't you check the toilet? The game was
Because-
pre-directly telling you to check the toilet.
He doesn't. He says that he flushed it down. So I'm thinking, okay, I'll find it later when I'm like in the sewers.
Okay, but aren't you just a little bit curious?
I
I guess not.
It didn't tell me that it was still there. I interpreted it as like it's been flushed. It's gone. You know.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
I'm sorry.
Why are you sorry? It's fine. So he's too logical. See, I think that's illogical to not check. Never trust what a toad tells you. Toads are lying bastards.
Save this game. Ribbit. I don't know if I'm too logical. I'm too
Trusting of toads.
trusting. I was gonna say I'm too trusting. I trust not specifically the toad, but I trust the text too much. You know. I'm too narratively driven. The toad says that he flushed it, so it's not in the toilet. He flushed it. I'm gonna find it later.
Have you ever played Fallout 2?
No.
You'd hate that game. People in that game lie to you all the time. Like, just constantly lie to you about what you got to do and the stuff you have to do.
Well, I mean, it depends. If it's made clear to you that it's lying, you know.
It is not.
Okay. Ow.
It's up to you to try and intuit whether people are telling you the truth or not.
Yeah, but if that's part of the game, it'd be fine. Like,
fair
I don't expect a toad to tell me something that's not true in this game, you know?
Hi. It's true, a toad wants to my keys and my wife.
That's
I
fucked
like how you
up.
put the keys first and you're still worrying about the keys despite the loss of your wife.
They stole my keys! And my wife. Gone! Stole them!
Have you considered maybe your wife just changed the logs? and got a new boyfriend.
Yeah, you know, you're just blaming this on Toad for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
You wanna voice this one?
Sure. What do you seek of me?
Oh, tell me my future.
Oh, no. I feel no spiritual vibrations right now.
Okay.
Fucking loser.
What was that?
Oh shit.
No spirit, bitch. Come
no,
back when you
yes.
get a soul.
I've been trapping souls all night. Does that count?
God wants you dead, Luigi.
Don't we all?
Don't we all? What, one Luigi dead?
Everybody's always trying to kill him.
So I guess that's true.
Ow. No, I was going to murder them.
Honestly, these guys shouldn't be doing this in the room with the wall-length mirror. Like, if they'd done this in any other room, this would be impossible.
I know. Dumbest ghosts. 1. Yo! 2.
It's even possible to die in the game. You get so many hearts.
Yeah. I mean, it is also a kid's game, I guess, so.
When it's a kid's game, it's so spooky, scary.
Kids can handle anything. I believe in them.
I don't.
Okay. Hold on, is the audio like the wrong way around?
The wrong way around?
It feels... Hold on. No, I don't know. I felt like the ghost noise was coming from my left ear when it should be coming from the right.
Maybe it's because of the mirror.
Ooh, this is a firepower.
That's not red coin.
Yeah, but it gives you the firepower.
Gotta find 8 of them in order to get a star.
Damn. That's right.
You got your camera, it's a bit... Lower it down a bit.
Like, Chet can't see this, but we just like only see his hair. Just a little bit of his hair. Just
Oh yeah,
sort of
I'm just blocking Hot Pop.
Yeah. Oh well.
Oh well.
Oh no, I can't speak. Hey now, Luigi. What have you found there? Let's take a look at that.
Oh, there we go. He fixed it.
It's fire element metal. Now you can use the fire element. Yes, sir. With that, you can catch fire elemental ghosts. What's a fire elemental ghost, you ask? Why, they show up wherever you see fire, my boy. They're ghosts of fire itself, if you will. If you approach a flame, they'll be surprised by your presence and leaping out into the air. Then you vacuum them up right away. After that, you can expel fire with the element. You can melt ice, light candles, do all kinds of stuff. A meter will appear down at the bottom of the screen, so keep an eye on how much element you've left. Okay, fella? You may have to use...
Sorry, I'd like to imagine this constant button pressing animation that Luigi's doing. Is just him trying to hang up constantly? Like, why won't it hang up?
I don't want to do this. I just want to go back to saving Mario.
Please shut up.
Leave me alone. I can figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, Strawbit, you earned 5 points for the for stream avatars to allow you to customize your little U-bot.
Yeah.
You know?
You may have to use your fire element to defeat some ghosts. Keep that in mind, Sonny. Don't say I never warned you.
He was like still scared as he said it.
You have to use it to catch ghosts, you say. I would have never imagined.
What's that what we're doing now? Okay.
God, what?
A fun departure.
I know, right? Jesus Christ. You got actual flamethrower.
Burn it all
That's
down.
rad. Burn it all down. I don't want this mansion anymore. But Luigi, your brother's still here. I don't care anymore.
Priorities.
If one man has to die to rid the world of this horror, then it's so be it.
Then let it be Mario.
Let it be Mario.
How do I do that? If you're on desktop and you scroll down, you find a little widget where you can customize your Yobot.
Luigi, you can use a fire element to burn down a mansion. Okay.
Okay.
I do that.
Remember, Luigi, start from the top so you can escape.
Okay, gotta do all the candles. I assume.
Remember, chat, if you're ever gonna burn down a building, do it safely.
Make sure that you're okay.
Yeah. We care about you. I want you to survive for your arson attack.
Listen, arson is only good and fun if you survive.
Exactly. Remember, stay outside if you can. Make sure to wear fireproof clothing. If you have a ranged weapon, use that.
Yeah. Molotovs are an option.
Exactly. And now time for a seminar where Luigi will satirically tell you how to make a Molotov cocktail.
It's a joke, I promise.
It's definitely a joke.
Could we do anything? No, probably not. Okay, we have fire now,
Tell
so we
us a
can go
joke
catch...
because Luigi's doing it.
And he's a joke? Is what you're trying to say? Fucked up, can't believe you do that.
Look, it's fine, he agreed to this.
I'm getting paid.
He agreed to it because it's for the cause.
Yeah. Okay, wait. So if I do this, aha! Ah, fire. Okay.
Why?
Ow.
If you're afraid of fire, why are you walking around with a fucking candelabra, my dude?
So how do I?
Maybe he goes into a room now.
Possibly. It's kind of funny how much Diz and Gregor Horshaw have in common.
Yeah, they were set in big buildings with
Big
many
scary
doors.
mansion places.
Mansions of many doors, Ed boy.
There's a bunch of residents who you have to like figure out how to expose their soul so you can get it. Also, Strawwitch, that wasn't a question for you to answer. I'll make it very clear when I'm asking for advice from chat. This bitch kind of sounds like something from what is that called? Okay, this bitch is getting angry now, I guess. What's that game called? Wind Waker.
Wind Waker. Yes. He's just having an angry fit, like that bitch lit my candelabra. And now he's captured me in a vacuum.
As if things are gonna get worse.
There's a gay old man. Yeah, both of these games are gay old men. Who's the better gay old man?
Sorry, sewing machine.
Oh yeah, in a moment.
You can't
Open the fucking chest, Jesus Christ. Okay, oh. Alright, over there, got it. I'm paying attention, look at me go. Alright, tell us.
Oh, it's a singer, definitely. It's got a foot treadle. It's a singer with a foot treadle. I've actually worked on one of those with the metal table. They're actually really nice. What is this?
What do you mean, what is this?
It's a sewing machine, dumbass.
That hasn't appeared before, that's weird.
Oh, nice, they modeled the foot pedal as well.
Nice.
That's actually really close to life. Except for the wheels too big. The wheels just too big and should be made of brass, not whether that silk material is.
Yo, wait, I think the boo is inside of it.
The boo's inside the singer? Fuck you.
Oh,
No, that's a
never
balloon.
mind, it was just a balloon.
Fucked up that they do that too.
Oh, we gotta make sure to show like the spooky, scary illusion in the attic. I think it's in the attic. But yeah, Jody knows a lot about sewing machines. Which is fun.
Yes. I will say it is slightly annoying how many games just go for the standard Singer model though. Like there's so many different models sewing machine and yet they all go for the same ancient design. Like that design's been around since the 1800s.
In this game, I feel like it makes sense.
Yeah. They're actually extremely good good machines if you don't have electricity because they can work solely off of foot power or just your hands. Like unlike modern sewing machines, they don't require any electricity at all. So
Nice.
they can get up to they can get up to really fast speeds if you use your foot power. Like the oh yeah, Singers from the 1800s are great. Like every single one I've ever found has still functioned. Like they don't break at all because there's nothing inside them to break. They're all like metal. The only thing that is replacing on them is the needle plates generally when a needle hits into them. So sorry.
No, you're allowed. But someone, the Bloodsucker told me to check out the toilet rolls.
Well, at least we won't have a shortage of toilet paper.
Yep.
Yep.
Dems be toilet paper. Ow.
Is there a Tensei machine accurate? Actually, that's probably one of the most accurate depictions of a thing I've seen though in a video game. Most of them usually fuck it up way worse than that. Especially a treadle designed one. Like the treadle designed ones usually don't even have like anything. Like I've seen ones they're just sitting on a table there and that are like implied to be treadle machines, but like don't have any foot pedals, so they just would not function.
I think I missed 2 eggs also. I'm so sorry.
Fuck the fuck
I'm
up.
sorry. I'm sorry, Green Clong, who finished the 2nd egg stack, and Ray Engineer, who started the 3rd. I'm sorry.
Damn, I don't think Green Clonk has ever got their egg in this late.
No, actually, good point. Yeah, Mr. Egg, I'm sorry. Also, Stretchies.
You missed my egg? Kills you. Kills you 100 times. Forever. Boom. 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 Boom.
Ugh, my body's actually feeling very stretched today for some reason.
Feeling very rubbery.
Or did I say stretched? I meant stiff.
Oh, the opposite.
Yes. So he stretches, the tea is ready.
You're feeling very stiff because you went to that upper crust theatre performance.
Exactly. That's what it was. I gotta shake off the fancy, you know?
Yes. You had to speak to Madame Sarah Pontague.
I was at the ball last night.
Oh.
I enamored all the girls with my beautiful gown.
I'm quite sure of it. Care for some more tea, madame?
Oh, that'd be absolutely delightful. Thank you ever so much.
Oh, good. How is your light entertainment going? Are you enjoying Luigi's Mansion?
I'm certainly lightly entertained.
I'm glad. Today's dinner will be a freshly slain gammon steak, with new potatoes and
New potatoes?
avocado sauce. Yes.
I'm so excited to try out the new potatoes. I had grown rather. The old potatoes had grown rather dull.
Bum, bum, bum.
Cheese. Just a moment. My name is Melody. People call me the spectral beauty of the Ivory Keys.
No one's ever called you that.
What a stirring performance. I haven't been so charmed by a piece for ages. You must have a delicate ear for music. Would you like to listen to my piano sonata? Well, here I go. I'll get the cheese in a moment. Okay.
That was shit.
Yeah, no, it was nice. It just stopped very suddenly.
Yes.
I do gotta say, like, again, the painting ghosts are just hanging out.
Yeah.
She is just nice. She is just talking with us.
She's kind of pretty.
She's pretty pretty, I gotta say. Let me just get cheese real quick.
This is literally just some lady.
She's just some lady who enjoys music. And we're being so fucked up for wanting to seal her up into a painting again.
Oh, ow.
Luigi walks over to this lady and she's like, "Hello, would you like to hear me play piano?" And then Egad calls and just like, "Luigi, you gotta catch her! She's dangerous!
You gotta
Just
kill
kill
her!
her!
Kill her now!
Kill her now!" Would you like to play piano with me?
Use the knife I gave you.
Would you care for another song? Murder! Slayer! See her laying at your feet, Luigi!
I hate her so much, Luigi. She's going in for the kill, Luigi, don't you see? You're in so much fucking danger.
I cannot wait for my piano recital tomorrow. Kill her!
You'll come, won't you, Luigi? You're my best friend now.
Slay her while her guard is down! The enemy is at the gates, Luigi!
Slap her leg, do it! Slap her stupid fucking ghost leg!
The enemy is at the gates, Luigi! You're our only defense! He gets just a fucking...
Batten down the hatches!
He gets just like fucking war flashbacks and you're just like featuring playing the piano with this lady.
Luigi just goes home and like, see you later. And he's just like in the courtyard like, "Oh, Luigi! Luigi! Please! I beg you!"
The ghosts have taken my wife and kids, Luigi! And the guy's just like, "No, we didn't. What?
Well, they made fun of my clarinet playing in elementary school. She has to go.
Egad doesn't comprehend the idea of women and is critically afraid. He's from a different time, you have to understand.
He's in a different era.
He grew up around shy guys, where there were no women. By the way, what image do you think the piece's composer had in mind while writing it? Well, it's water, because this is, I think, a quiz about Mario music.
Okay, fair enough.
Water. Exactly right, you got it! Very impressive. I guess I needn't hold back with you. Would you care to do battle with my lovely music sheets? Again, you might be like, "Oh my god, she's attacking Luigi," but I think this is just how she expresses herself.
Yeah. No, we have to kill her.
Yeah, we do have to kill her, sadly.
I like this one, she's nice.
She's nice, I like her.
She's nice, I like her, she's single.
Yeah, right? That's one thing. Aw, dang it.
Love a musical woman.
I think the music she should be playing there should be the Mario 64 like endless staircase music.
That'd be cool. When this one's hung up in the gallery, Luigi just constantly walks up and lays a hand on it like, "Oh,
I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry."
I didn't mean for this to happen.
Luigi, are you fraternizing with the enemy? No, Mr. Egad.
No, sir.
God forbid women want to share their special interest with someone. I know. Also,
Don't touch that painting, boy. They'll kill us all.
It's just...
She just wanted to play piano, so that's what they want you to think.
I wanted to play piano, but my dad said no.
I've seen these ghosts do things you wouldn't believe. They played piano once.
They did backflips.
It
was awesome.
Up, Luigi. One of them was afraid of fire.
Remember that well, Luigi, you need it. Bam, bam, bam.
Luigi,
Bam,
I've planted several. I've planted 50 different packages of C4 around the mansion. I need you to go in and wire them all up. We're blowing this place sky fucking high, Luigi.
Okay.
It's for the greater good, Luigi.
This doesn't seem necessary.
I'll decide what's necessary here, son.
Have you heard of World War I, Luigi? Well, where do you think all those dead people went?
I even hear some of them French, Luigi. French. Oh, okay.
Okay. I don't know why that's a bad thing.
You wouldn't understand, Luigi. You were there.
I'm Italian.
You're what?
You're the enemy!
He gets on the impression that Luigi's American the whole time. He's like Soldier
It's like
TF2.
Soldier
He doesn't
from
understand.
TF2,
He
exactly.
doesn't understand that his teammates are not American.
I did it. Now I... Nah. Okay, bye. Aha, I know. I will clean up after you. It's the least I can do for letting the fact that you all let me stay in your beautiful mansion. Come on, fucking. Okay, there we go. What? Come on. What is happening? Oh god, hello. Ah, I see. Dang it. I have to get your servers away from you so you can't eat anymore because this ghost is a little insensitive.
A little bit, yeah.
Just a little bit.
I don't understand why you've always got to have the fat guy.
I don't know.
At least he's got the ghost food, I guess, or is that just gelatin?
I don't know. When do your little buddies come? Do I have to make them come somehow, or do they just come at random? Oh, here they come. I think. Oh, wait. There we go! And now you'll be mad! Or not. Can I? Oh, I think I can decrease the food if I suck at it? Or... I know. I'll do this. Wait a moment, I'll do this. I'll do this.
The candle on that table looks kind of weird.
Oh wait,
That
maybe
looks delicious.
if I undo all the flame,
Can you undo all the flame?
it appears not.
Can you blow out the candles?
Well, then it's just fire.
Oh, I see.
If I try blowing, and it's fire. I could get rid of all the fire. Whoa.
Whoa, what? You short circuit the light, Zoe.
Oh well.
Ow.
I hate this guy so fucking much.
I know.
What's his name? Does he have a name, do you know?
I'm sure he does. I don't know.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it just looks like a fireball or something. That was weird.
He's just fucking going.
Yeah, it's just having a grand old time while we're just sitting around
Again,
not really knowing what we're supposed to do.
Again, zero threat to you.
Yep. Just sitting around, enjoying a meal.
Look, Luigi! Oh my god, it's E time.
It's E.
E.
Hey everybody, do you like us here? Well, I've got good news for you. It's E time.
It's E time.
E. E. E.
Got your mother in a well.
This stream is sponsored by E.
E.
Everyone, it is time for us to take a 20 or so minute break during which I'll do my ester gel, put on some spooky tunes for y'all, or maybe I'll put on some tunes with lyrics this time, because it can get a little bit tiring to just listen to the same playlist the entire month, especially when I had to take out Mad Monster Mansion because it was getting copyright striked as like a Japanese song from an ad, which is not correct.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I don't
So
know.
it wasn't
it's
even
weird.
getting
I
striked
saw
by
that.
Mad Monster Mansion is getting
Nope.
striked as a different song.
Yep. It's very
That's fucked
annoying.
up.
Yeah, it's very stupid. Anyway, 20 or so minute break during which I will do my ester gel. If you guys have any medicine that you guys have to take, please remember to do so. Remember to stay hydrated, get some snackies, stretch your leggies, and we'll see you soon. Also, from what I'm seeing, the amazing digital circus premieres in 24 hours. That's very exciting. I'm so excited for that.
Have a good break, everyone.
Yes, let me just get this little egg for Fred Flux, and then we'll be on our way.
Egg.
Egg. All right. Ooh. See you on the bed.
Bye, everyone.
Bye bye.
There was a time you thought it always for you. You saw the sun in the sky, you breathed the air and you knew that the world was yours. It you've strangled all the hopes that were dangled in front of my eyes. But when I'm near you, I have nothing to fear. You make life oh so clear. You cut right through the lies. Somewhere from the crack of the sun there, I'd be working for one share, bemused and alone. Oh, but your love is the fast and the sure love, which keeps me feeling pure love each time I come home. 'Cause if my kind of home is really your kind of home, then what reason have I to roam? Lonely days, humid nights, when I go to turn out all the lights, I only know you, love, will still be my true love, to have and to hold all my own. For without you, I guess I just roam. My life is a head in the sky life, though I still wonder why life seems strange and unknown. Oh, but when we're together, no matter the weather, I feel that much better, like I've just come home. 'Cause if my kind of home is really your kind of home, then what reason have I to roam? Lonely days, humid nights, when I go to turn out all the lights, I only know you, love, will still be my true love, to have and to hold all my own. For without you, I guess I just roam. There's a riot on the pavement when you walk into the street, with a dream of retribution and the rising of the heat. Do you kiss the feet of beggars, or do you let them stand alone? When you look down to your fingers and the body's not your own, tell me, how's it feel with the world sitting on your shoulders all the time? Tell me, how's it feel with the blood inside you running colder? On and on and on and on, on and on and on and on, on and on and on and on. compass spins forever, so you have to speak your mind. At the mercy of the public, in the violence of the state. If you cannot change your answer, will you trust the hands of fate? Tell me, how's it feel with the world sitting on your shoulders all the time? Tell me, how's it feel with the blood inside you running colder? On and on and on and on, on and on and on and on and on and on. Hands up for the highwayman. We're headed to the Holy Land. It's slow and loud. We're going down. No nocturne, a friend or foe. There won't be a second show. You're bleeding out. You're screaming out. Take away my body. Take away my body. Give me back my fever dreams. Give me back my everything. Operator, operator, we've been dying on the dance floor. We've been dying on the dance floor. Sooner or later, you'll be getting what you came for. You'll be getting what you came for. Operator, operator, there's a fire in the flashing lights. For the blood of communion, just a taste to remember you. Hands up for the hit parade. We're headed to the Golden Gate, so say goodbye. We leave tonight. Hail, hail to the rock and roll. This bonfire break is so right open wide. It's such a ride. Take away my body. Take away my body. Give me back my R&B. Give me back my, give me back my. Operator, operator, we've been dying on the dance floor. We've been dying on the dance floor. Sooner or later, you'll be getting what you came for. You'll be getting what you came for. Operator, operator, there's an iron in the air about time. It's a kiss out of heaven, just a piece to remain when you
Wow. 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 Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back, everyone.
Welcome back, everyone. Let me just do
We're
some
back
dumb
with
some
Luigi.
message.
With Luigi.
Hi, everyone. Hi. I hope you had a nice break. Did I have a nice break? I'd
You
love
were
some
lamenting
grapes.
the fact you didn't have grapes, yes.
Yeah. I really gotta get some grapes tomorrow, and considering my leg is still not good, that means I have to get someone to get grapes for me.
Have you called the doctor again?
Yeah, and they were like, well, sometimes it just takes a while.
Thanks, doc.
But they said if you really think it's a problem, you should get to a physiologist person.
Physiotherapist?
No.
No.
Maybe physio. You know, someone who's like, I know everything about muscles and how your body moves and stuff.
Fair enough.
And I'm gonna just prescribe you some movement, some muscle exercises to help heal your body, you know?
Yeah, take a drug.
Take the drug, wear the special shoe, etc., you know?
Wear the shoe. Hello, ma'am, I've come to check out your leg. Oh, yes, wear the shoe.
Wear this shoe. It's very fashionable. Ah! It'll go very well with your eyes. Shadow on Jody's left horn. It's an antler, actually, which is not a horn, but yes.
So true. This shoe won't actually help, but I've been trying to find the woman to which it fits for decades. The one woman it fits must soulless surely be my bride.
Ow. For how many decades? Because it might not be me.
5.
That's too many. I wasn't alive yet.
Please put the shoe.
I don't want to put on this shoe.
Put on the shoe!
Fuck! Christ!
It doesn't fit!
If I knew, I'd have sent you a box or two of grapes. I appreciate Green Clonk. I'll put grapes on my throne, and then you guys can order me grapes via throne.
Grape. Just put a singular grape on your throne. If you want to donate Zoe a penny, you can buy her a singular grape.
You can buy me a single little grape. I was also craving grapes. Ugh, what is it with us, with the girls and wanting grapes, you know? It's because they're good.
Girls and grapes.
I had 3 out of a fruit salad in the fridge before we went out. No! That's sad.
We had this conversation, was it yesterday, about how grapes are the best fruit because you can just idly eat them.
Yes, you can just eat them while doing something else. It's really good. Like, they don't get messy, you know, like if you're eating a banana, that's a pretty fast thing to eat, you know?
Yeah.
You can eat a banana pretty fast, but then you have a fucking banana peel.
Yeah.
So either you have to dispose that properly, or you're gonna like trip someone up with them, you know?
Yeah. Or if you're like eating an orange, demands your full attention. You gotta peel that shit.
You cannot eat an orange. Like even with a banana, you can at least like eat it with one hand and then like browse the computer on the other, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You cannot eat an orange and do anything else at the same time. The best you can do is turn on a long video and then not touch your computer at all while eating the orange. That's the best you can do. An apple, similar to a banana, like it's fine while eating it, but then you have an apple core, and also, if you have a very juicy apple, then you've got all the juice.
Yep.
You got the juice, you know?
Grapes are just like little sweets.
They are, they're so good.
They're nature's sweet.
True, together with like strawberries and stuff. Also, hi Sid, how you doing? Hi. Thank you for your egg. Egg. Yeah, grapes are perfect. They're just these little, literally bite-sized treats that don't make a mess. You just pop it in your mouth and that's it, you know? The one thing that I would say, although that's true for a lot of other fruits as well, like apples and stuff, is that you can have good grapes or bad grapes, you know? If you have like mushy grapes, soft mushy grapes, that shit's bad.
Yeah.
Don't want that, you know?
Go get the good grapes.
I'm good, just working. Okay, good luck with work. I hope we can provide ample entertainment while you're working. Girls and grapes go together like grapes and doing surgery on them. Fucked up.
Imagine two girls showing a pun of grapes. That's this year.
They can feed each other.
like ancient Grecians just like allowing grapes into each other's mouths.
Yeah, oh my gosh. That's so Yuri, actually.
So Yuri. Stop yearning, we've got ghosts to catch.
Fuck. Okay, fine.
We don't have time for you to yearn.
But
We have to catch these civilians for this traumatized war veteran.
this game's fucked up.
I know, right?
Oh wait, look, I think I am actually sucking up the food if you look at the particles.
Oh my god, you're sucking his flan.
Okay, so the candles are a red herring, I guess. Am I
no,
doing it?
Doesn't seem to be doing much. Like the particles.
Oh wait, there we go.
Oh, he's so shocked. He's like, what?
And now he's angry because I killed his servants.
You killed the servants and his flan.
Now
Damn,
what?
he's spitting though.
What if I turn on the fire now? Ow! Oh, I'm on fire! Oh, this game controls not super well.
Oh no, you're out of fire.
No! Ow!
You're out of fire. Let him give you some.
I'm not lit.
You're not lit.
I'm unlit. Yeah, I like the leg shakes his head to put it out. Okay, I turned all the light on. I did it.
I don't think that did anything.
What if I tried igniting him? What if I tried sucking up the fire he's shooting at me?
What if you tried just burning the house too?
That would be
It's gonna be
bad.
something to do with the fire, because why should there be fire in this room?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Did I just have to wait?
I guess so. It was a long time to wait.
It was. So what was I doing at the end? I was standing over here and I was... Okay. Yeah, I have no
Don't
idea.
understand. Sure, why not?
Whatever. Hey, as long as it's working, I guess. Kinda wish that it was like a toggle to turn on the vacuum.
Yeah.
Because, ooh, you're holding down that trigger for a very long time, you know?
Yep. Finally, he's gone. I don't have to look at him anymore.
Thank God. Get out of here, you stupid caricature. You have to light the candles to make him visible before the fight. Oh, that's all I had to do, which I just did.
Didn't actually. Yeah.
I just did that without even thinking about it.
At least got a lot of money out of it.
That's good. I do enjoy getting a lot of money out of it.
Me too. You
No,
can
if-
buy all sorts of things, like a non-haunted mansion.
I think that is actually what you do in this game. Like at the end.
Nice. He's just buying. Does Luigi even want a mansion?
I feel like at that point it's not so much that he wants a mention, but it's more like, well, I hyped myself up so much, I might as well get one out now, you know, after everything I've been
I
through.
guess so. You know, I'm gonna buy a mansion.
I think it's really funny that, like, on the GameCube you had Mario Sunshine, Luigi's Mansion, and Wario World. So, like, except for Waluigi, I guess Waluigi got to be the villain of, like, Mario Dance Mix, so that's something. But, like, the three of them all got, like, a game on the GameCube that was, like, an adventure with their own gameplay style and stuff. And in two of them, you collect money and eventually buy, like, build a home, depending on how much money you have. But not in Mario Sunshine. Mario Sunshine does not get a house.
No, Mario gets arrested instead.
Yeah, he gets
As
fucking
he
arrested.
should be.
As he should. You deserve this, bro. I need myself a Luigi's Mansion.
Mario's in jail, he gets one phone call and he phones up Luigi and Luigi's chilling in his mansion like, I don't know bro, I don't think I have the cash to bail you out.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mario.
So sorry. Hangs up and then just like smokes a dollar bill.
Oh, sorry, Mario. Where were you when I needed a place to stay after I got fired from my job?
Too busy with that princess. Oh, fuck you, Mario. It's me time now.
Maybe this will do you some good.
Enjoy the big house, Mario.
Well, I enjoy my big house.
Hummus, thank you very much for your egg. Mario has a house already, he does not need another one. But it's, yeah, I get, so does that mean that Luigi just kind of stays at Mario's house? Like, it's not both of their houses? Because then why would Luigi need a new house?
In the Mario and Luigi games, they do live together.
Yeah, exactly. Paper Mario as well. Which is funny considering Mario does do that in Mario Land 2. Yeah, he does have a castle in Mario Land 2 actually. Maybe that's why Wario and Luigi Wario and Luigi get mentions because they're jealous.
I do like how in Mario Land 2, Wario's just not explained at all. Like, Mario's just away. Like, it's in Daisy's kingdom, but when he comes back, this dude has just moved into his house and turned the letter on his front door upside down.
This dude who looks like an evil version of him.
Yeah. It's just like he's never explained. He just shows up and steals Mario's house.
It's great. I don't know if it's real, but the reason that I've heard, like, as to why this is the case, is because the developers just didn't want to work on a Mario game. They thought Mario was stupid, so they just made the villain like a shitty caricature of Mario.
That's funny.
I don't know if that's true, but I hope it is because it's funny.
Because they're correct.
Because they're right. I wouldn't want to work on a Mario game. I want to work on a Daisy game.
But that shitty character of Mario is like 5 times the character that Mario will ever be.
That is also true. Mario is quite boring. Every other Mario character is more interesting than Mario.
Yep. Wario especially. Wario, I think, has probably one of the most well-defined characters in any other Mario character.
Definitely, yeah. Like, we know that he only cares about women as a status symbol, which is bad.
Because he loves men.
Because he loves men. Wario is so funny to me, because we love Wario, but he's like decidedly a horrible person.
Oh yeah, definitely. He's the worst fucking asshole possible.
Like,
he doesn't even have any real friends. His own friends begrudge being around him.
Yeah, they begrudge being around him because he helps them make money.
Yeah.
When he doesn't fuck it up.
Yeah, no. Wario is a deeply sad person, but we love him anyway.
Antigas asks, how would a Daisy game even play? It would be like a spectacle fighter, like Devil May Cry or Bayonetta or something like that.
Yeah, it would be the most bloody spectacle fighter you've ever played in your life.
Yes, with also an emphasis on various melee weapons and platforming, I think.
Yes. You haven't lived to see as you've seen Princess Daisy just rip a man's head clean off.
Wait, that's not true. Mona has a crush on Mario. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how women think about Wario. It matters how Wario thinks about women. And Wario doesn't care about women.
Does Mona actually?
Oh no, wait. You're saying like they're not all begrudgingly around Wario because Mona has a crush on Wario.
Does Mona have a crush on Wario?
That doesn't. She seems too nice for that.
Yeah, and also
I feel like she should have taste.
Yeah. Like, there's absolutely no reason for her to, let's be honest, settle for Wario.
Exactly. Also, she's a teenager, I think.
Is she?
I think so. I think because she's like in high school, isn't she? Like, she has to like juggle her work life and school and taking care of her pets at home and stuff. That's like her whole thing. Is she's like a horribly overworked teenager or something.
Who's the other girl? The one living next to her in the haunted mansion. Luigi, that's it.
What?
Luigi's the girl next door living in the haunted mansion. Do you know Ashley?
Yeah, Ashley, yeah.
I was just making fun of it because Luigi's in the haunted mansion and obviously a girl.
Also, shout out to Captain Syrup for building a giant statue of Princess Peach in Wario Land, which is normal and very straight of her. Correct. Actually, he's very good. I love
living in the haunted mansion. You better know her name, cause it's Ashley.
Do you know her name? Ashley! Yeah! Get it? It's like regular shell. Captain Syrup didn't build the statue, she stole it. So she went through the trouble of committing a crime to get a statue of the woman that she's very straight about. I see.
Very interesting.
Are we getting sidetracked again? Yes, we are. I was just thinking that.
That one will do. Be careful, Spring.
I just said spring!
Be careful, Spring!
Be careful, Spring.
Oh, it's finally the amphibia game we all need.
Oh god, I would love for them to make like a really good amphibia video game. You know, let's stream the shit out of that. They could do it. It'd be so good.
Does this game
Like
have
an
a
action-
frog ghost?
Like oh, good question. But like, imagine like an action RPG set in the world of amphibia. You know?
Oh my god, you captured Spring!
Oh god.
Oh my
There are
god,
some
you're being attacked by pops.
There's some freaky noises in here. Imagine doing a TTRPG in amphibia.
Oh, that'd be crazy.
That'd be
No,
so
no
wild.
one would dare.
No one has already been writing up the story for a short campaign. Has already worked out the lore, where it fits into the lore, and is already building the different races and stuff you can play. Nobody would do that.
No one would do that. Although if they were doing that, I'd be very excited.
Yeah, but sadly not.
Sadly not. That's not even possible, I don't think.
Fire burns you. Nope, doesn't.
He burns you.
Doesn't burn you. I'm scared because my health is so low.
No one has ever made a TTRPG. So true.
It's true. That's very sad.
I wish
Because-
TTRPGs existed.
I feel like it would be very cool if they were real, but they're not.
They're not. Just
gonna
like
go-
frogs. Frogs aren't real either.
Luckily, we have a whole show about what if they were real. Mona isn't need a high school girl. I knew it! I wish vacuum cleaners were real. I know, like there is so much garbage and dust everywhere all the time, and we just have to live with it. Why would
Mona is
God
indeed a
do
high
this
school
to
girl.
us?
That would explain why she's got a crush on Warrior then, because high school girls just have bad taste.
That's true.
What the fuck? So what have you done?
I'm ready to mention, let's go.
Oh.
Wait, how do I leave?
You don't.
Maybe if I use this.
I didn't even know you could fast travel.
I did.
Okay.
It is something I picked up from having watched like speedruns and stuff.
Fair enough.
But this doesn't do anything.
Door.
do
Low,
I go?
low texture door.
Chad, well, help. How do I get like a full heal? I need one. Oh, it does not mention any crush on Wario though. Oh, ow.
Oh, okay. So that was just made up. Chests and lit rooms, apparently.
Okay. It would be cool if they made a platform fighter with all the Nintendo characters but left Waluigi out as a joke. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Mario?
Why do people hate Waluigi? Why do you want to see him suffer?
I can't believe Chet would lie to me.
What about what?
Chest and open in a lit room.
Oh, I see.
Where's my full heal? Where's my heals, bitch?
That's
Can I have
not
more?
full heal, that's a tiny heal. Such a small heal.
Pathetically small heal. Me looking at our Achilles.
God damn, this game, I can see how you can die in this game now. That's better than I can see now.
You can vacuum vases to get hearts too. It's true.
You get hearts by cleaning.
Man, just like real life? Question mark? Oh man, Chad lied to me anyway. Oh, Chad, you gotta stop lying. Kidding, of course.
King, of course. Keep lying. Keep telling her falsehoods.
No. That's mean. Oops. Oh.
You can get hearts by fucking dying.
I guess that is not true, I think. I think that might not be accurate.
You can get hearts by submitting to the ghost's whims.
Yeah, that's probably true.
I'm being paid by Big Ghost.
Where is this boo? Where art thou?
Zoe.
Yes?
Boo.
I found it.
You fall for it every time.
It's Game Boy
Oh, it's
Advance!
Yo, I love the Game Boy Advance.
Yeah, dude.
Well, you already captured Game Boy, didn't you? So
Oh, did
this
I?
is the better. You did, yeah.
Oh,
That's
the
the first one you
stronger
captured. Yeah.
That's cute, that's fun.
I actually think this one was weaker. Actually, I think the Game Boy had 50 and this one had 30. Not very advanced.
No. It's in reference to the fact that the original Game Boy is more durable than the Game Boy Advance.
Oh, so true. Not a better console though. Game Boy Advance is a fantastic console. One of the greats, I'd say.
It's extremely good.
That is why he collects them, which is getting incredibly expensive hobby with the uptick of retro game prices.
Yeah.
Used to be I could get just for £5 someone would just sell me a Game Boy Advance because they were just like lying around everywhere.
Yeah.
But these days the people want to charge like 50 quid from this. What the fuck are you smoking, boy?
It's fucked up.
It is.
Thank God for phone.
But who
You
was
know,
phone?
it's not the same, but who was phone? Whoa!
It's not the same. It's not the same because the reason I love the Game Boy
No, it's
Advance
not.
isn't
It's
just
not the
because
same.
of the games. It's the shape, the weight of it, the buttons, so the way it flips. It's such a well-designed console.
It is, it's really fucking good. I also just have an actual physical Game Boy Advance and it's really fucking nice to use.
It is. I love how it's just square. It's just a square.
Here's a break.
I think it's probably one of the the best designed consoles ever designed. Maybe the best.
Ow. I think the best console ever designed is
You can do it, so you can think of an actual answer or a joke. You can do it, I believe in you.
So why do they make it so hard to like get a full heal in this game? It's very inconvenient.
It is.
Like genuinely, it's weird that they would make it that hard. Cause this does not play like a survival. Like if it was like a survival horror game, then yeah, like, you know, in one where you can be much more careful about your health, but that's not how it's built.
The real horror is how easy it is for Luigi to die.
Agreed. I'm partial towards the Nintendo DS because that thing is girl to me. Yeah, maybe the DS Lite might be. Wow. One of the might be the best console ever made.
Maybe.
It can also play Game Boy Advance games after all.
It can. It's a shame that the cartridge sticks at the bottom so much. It is
little bit, yes.
unaesthetic.
That's true. That's true. There's a
I'll
giant
be
heart in
honest,
the baby's room. Oh.
I've been convinced actually that the DS Fat with the DS Lite screens is actually better.
Look at this.
It's nice. Like I do like the design of the DS Fat over the DS Lite. It's also much more comfy to hold for me. So. but the screens are much worse. They're much dimmer, so it's a toss-up.
Right.
Big heart.
Big heart, just like my own.
Yay! You did it. You got
Finally.
a full heal.
I'm so sorry if you guys have already like mentioned that the heart was there and I just didn't read it good.
The baby had a big heart all along.
baby.
Before you killed it.
The baby. The baby.
baby.
The baby. The baby.
Baby.
The baby. I also.
What's your... No, go ahead, sorry.
Ow. I was gonna say I also really appreciate the Nintendo 3DS or 2DS XL. It's good. It has nice games. It plays pretty good. It feels pretty good to play and stuff. I enjoy.
I must be honest. I do actually like the 2DS that was just a wedge. I do actually like that concept quite a bit. I do think it's
Really?
very funny. Yeah, I like it. Honestly, it feels quite good in the hand to me. Even though you can't fold it up, which obviously is like a big downside. I just like how I admire how durable it is. It's just like a wedge. It's just like a brick. I actually really like it.
That's cute.
And also it's cheap. You know? It's cheap. It was made primarily to sell kids Pokemon. I can
That's
admire
true.
it.
That's fair. Meanwhile, I just have two 2DS XLs.
That's fair enough.
One of them is for my perfectly legally acquired games, and the other one is for my perfectly legally acquired games.
I don't know the difference, but fair enough.
Well, one of them I said in a way that was implying that they were more than just perfectly legally acquired games.
I'm gonna be honest, it sounded like you said both of them in that manner, so that's why I was confused.
No.
It-
I said, and one of them is for my perfectly legally acquired games, and the other one is for my perfectly legally acquired games.
Yeah, to me, those both they both don't sound the same, but they both. I think it's because you're saying in the first one as well, perfectly legally acquired, which implies to me that they are not.
Okay, so the first one I
Like-
stole, and I stole the games from, and the second one I pirated it.
You know what? That makes more sense.
Oh, I just have to kill you with fire, okay.
Burn him.
That's kind of
Burn
fucked
him,
up.
Luigi.
That's kind of fucked up. I just stood there and burned them. Both men sound very similar. Really? I was trying so hard.
They don't.
Okay.
They don't sound
I saw
similar,
it.
but nice. But again, it's because you were saying like perfectly legally acquired, which makes it sound like you're just inherently saying they're not in anyway.
Fair enough,
Like if-
fair enough.
Yeah.
How about this? The first one is for the ones that I perfectly legally acquired, and the second one is for the ones that I perfectly legally acquired.
That sounds more what you're going for.
If you know what I mean, right?
I do, yes.
Yes. There you go, okay. Oh, I did the fucking professor.
You burned them, Luigi. Just
know,
like
I
I
burned
did
Spring.
back in Nam.
You're doing. I'm proud of you, soldier.
Every time we hear Zoe say perfectly legally acquired, we just automatically replace it with pirated, which is what the term is for, of course, so that makes sense.
But when you have actually the perfectly legally acquired thing, you cannot convince anyone otherwise.
Okay, so the first one is to play games that I purchased in a store, and the second one is for games that I acquired through perfectly legal means.
No, yeah, that makes sense, yes.
Yeah, there we go. I got it.
Hey now, Luigi. Now, what have you stumbled across? Oh, this time it's a water element medal. Now you can use the water element. My research shows that these particular elemental ghosts leave their watery dwellings whenever you approach. You know the drill, vacuum them up. Use the L button to expel them once you're vacuumed. If you press the L button on the way in, you can shoot out a... Oh, that's how it works. I hear there are some ghosts who can be treated only with water, actually. Also remember that water has purifying properties. Wow. Don't get too caught up with your new skirt on, Luigi.
All the water running through this mansion is holy water, so make sure to use it to purify the evil.
I don't know why they did that in that ghost mansion. That's weird.
I hope you haven't committed any sins, Luigi, or it's gonna burn real bad.
Oh, mamma mia.
Additional
Do you
good
feel
thing.
your sins, Luigi? Do you feel them weighing heavy in your hearts, Luigi?
Yeah.
You better be scared, Luigi.
I'm always scared.
Additional good thing about the Nintendo 2DS, they made that thing in translucent gamer plastic. They did? What the fuck? I don't have those. I just have an orange, white, and a black, blue one.
Yeah, the wedge ones. Yeah, the wedge
the
ones.
wedge one.
Yes,
Right.
the wedge ones. Because they made.
I also didn't know about that.
I had one transparent plastic. Because the ones that came with Pokemon were transparent plastic.
Those are the fucking best.
They are. Apparently, it was cheaper to do it that way. That's why they did it, and the 2DS wedge one was made just to be cheap. So.
Well, yeah, that's usually the case. You know, like when you have like an amiibo that's like a pre-existing amiibo, but it's a gold version. Those are cheaper to make, and they're asking you more money for it. So
What a fucking
don't buy
rip-off.
those because they don't actually they can just like dip the whole thing in one paint. You know, it's cheaper that way. If you ever see
Here-
like a figure that's like more expensive because it's the gold or the silver or the translucent version, don't get that. That is not worth your money. With a
Here's a-
console, with like a piece of technology, it's cool because then you can see the inside of it, you know?
Yeah.
But if it's just a figure, that's nothing. Just get the one where it actually looks like the character, you know?
Here's a hot tip: don't buy any amiibo, ever. It's not worth it. And if you really want to use the amiibo functionality, all those codes are online. You can download them onto a special card. You can scan them with your you can just have every amiibo on this card and
That is
scan it
true.
into your Switch. You don't need to buy any amiibo ever.
It's true. Kai4, thank you very much for the for your egg. You are saying that
What?
while I'm looking at like every Splatoon amiibo on my desk. I'm sorry. I like the figures. Okay, well that's the thing. It's like they are just nice quality figures. So
It's fine. I have both Isabelle amiibos. So.
yeah, you dipshit.
Fuck
If you're gonna buy them because you want to use them for the game, don't. If you want to buy them for a display piece, then it's more worth it, I feel.
Sure, but I also feel like there are probably better options out there.
Well,
I guess for Splatoon, maybe not. I
Yeah,
don't
and
know
like
if
where am I
people are
gonna get
making
a
Splatoon
Dark
statues.
Samus amiibo or a figure? You know
Oh my fucking god!
what?
I want you to look at the picture that Daya just posted in the stream text.
What did you do, Daya?
That is a lot of fucking amiibos.
That's a lot of amiibos, bud.
Daya Fiend, why have you done this? How much did this cost you? Is that every single one of them?
Oh no, that's I assume. Maybe
And I
it's
guess
every
some
Smash
Minecraft
Brothers.
Steve and Minecraft Alex are back there as well.
Well, yeah, of course. I guess it's just every. it's so far every Smash amiibo. All right, yeah. Do you use them, or are they only for display purposes? The off the hook amiibos are objectively good because they're Yuri. That's true.
Search. What does the Andu amiibo do though?
Calls you a bitch.
Fucked up. Can't believe Nintendo would do this. Wait, you can use them?
I'm so happy for you can use them. I'm so happy for Andu for the brand deal though. That's really cool. The Andu amiibo with farts. That seems about right.
What about the Goku amiibo? They're much bigger than every other ones.
That one breaks the game. He just pops in there and it's like, hey, I'm Goku, and then he breaks the game. Because he's too big. Doesn't fit.
Nice. Doesn't fit, he's too big.
He's too big.
You see he appears and snaps your Switch in half. Oh, thank Thank you, RK4.
Oh boy, here we go. Thank you very much for the donation, Akai. Thank you. I appreciate
Everyone
that.
is laughing at you. So.
Damn, you got the whole squad laughing.
You got the entire squad laughing.
Ooh, we're outside. Oh, we
Dog.
can leave. Oh my god, yeah, look, there's the shadow of a dog right there. I hope it doesn't bark.
Ghost dog.
Oh. Please don't make like an actual barking sound.
Arf.
I will be uncomfortable. I'm talking to the dog, obviously, not to you.
Okay. I was gonna say, I didn't think my arf was that close when I'm sorry.
If you get closer to that sign, it actually says something.
I'm reading it right now.
It's Daya the
What are you
Ghost.
saying?
Here lies Mr. Bones!
Quiet! Why are you shouting that?
I want to get off Mr. Bones' water, right?
Me
If you
too.
get closer, yeah, get real close. And then, like, you should take out your camera.
Oh, then I do it again.
It's like, no, don't like read Luigi saying, on the sign itself, it
Oh.
says skeleton is buried here.
It does!
It says skeleton, specifically.
What is happening also? Why am I moving
drifting.
away?
I'm moving.
Here I go.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, doggy.
Anyway, hello, Daya.
Hi, Daya. Oh, I
Hi.
stopped.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, you have water?
Actually, I don't like this.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just don't know why I'm apologizing. Fucking kill it.
What do I do? How do I defeat this?
Oh, just let it chase you a little bit, and then Mr. Bones will come out.
Wait, that's not Mr. Bones?
No, that's the dog.
Mr. Bones is buried.
Okay.
Well, I guess
Yeah,
it's
he's
a
buried
ghost,
there.
so he could be buried. But...
And he wants you to be quiet.
Yeah, I'm gonna make the game quiet for a little bit.
Yeah, that's
That's fair.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just let him run around and try to chase you a little bit.
What is that thing in the ground there? Oh, what?
It's Mr. Bones.
It's Mr. Bones.
Because you know what dogs love.
Bones. Scaring me specifically.
It's
Bones.
true.
There you go. Now he has a bone of his own.
And now he's
True,
gonna
so I
fucking
think it's
die.
specifically to scare you.
So he can't fucking scare me anymore. I can't believe Mr. Miyamoto would do that to me.
I know,
Put
right?
this dog in here to
So
scare me.
you were overcoming your fear of doggy by killing this one.
Yay! I love killing dogs now, I guess.
That sounds so bad out of context.
See,
There
it's
we
like
go. The dogs.
it's like my fear for dogs is replaced by bloodlust for dogs.
Excellent.
You have water on you. That's good. I see that. There's something in the dirt.
Awesome.
Don't backseat.
I'm not-
Don't backseat it.
Yeah, don't
I'm
fucking
not-
backseat. You're allowed to backseat during the dog part because I wanted it to be over. Now I'm
Yeah,
gonna
that's
kill
fair.
you like a dog.
Like a dog.
Like a dog.
Anyway, let me water this toad. What is this?
That's not a toad. It's a plant.
It's a pin.
Toads are plants.
It's a lesbian.
Awesome! It's a pygmy.
You can come back later. You can come back later.
Don't
after
fuck.
this
Hey,
check.
okay, Daya.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying because you're gonna be like hitting it a lot, and I'm gonna be like, you can move on now.
Yeah, no, I was gonna test some stuff out, and then I would have been like, okay, I guess I could just come back later.
I tried to ban Daya, and then I realized I'm not a mod in here, so I can't. Because we're
Damn
not
it.
in the your chat. Your
And
fucking-
they're gone like, this is
Yeah.
a public server, yeah.
I cannot kick Daya.
Damn. Damn.
Damn.
Damn. Oh, damn. Oh, damn.
Daya, please do the right thing and ban yourself.
I can't do that either.
fuck up.
Damn, not here.
Not here. Not there.
Joe
Not
Biden
anymore.
arc. I'm killing dogs. Why do I keep moving?
I don't know.
My minion's very boo boo beneath.
Luigi! What do you mean?
I guess you just can't plan for this sort of thing.
Dying? Yeah, I guess.
I guess not. I mean, you can. You definitely can. There's people who help you plan for that. It's called setting up your will and stuff.
I guess you just can't plan for this sort of thing. I guess you just get.
I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Okay. Oh. Hey, what the? I'm gonna turn all the lights off. Okay, I guess I will not be turning all the lights off. Well, in that case... Wait! Whoa! Oh, fuck.
Rattle me bones! Bones!
I've got a bone to make with you.
Or alternatively,
Rattle my bones.
Bad to the bone!
this gameplay's so fucking weird, though, I gotta say. It's like slamming the both control sticks in the opposite direction. It's like, I get it, it's a thing that's working, but it's so weird.
It's definitely, it's a product of its time, really.
I'm back.
It's very experimentational. Ooh.
Ooh. The grave
Luigi's
is
never
glowing.
experienced death before and just assumes people do it unprompted. I mean, some people do it unprompted, so he's not wrong.
Yeah.
Also, how has Luigi not experienced death before? He's a Mario brother, he keeps falling into pits and stuff.
He gets
That's
sent
not
to the
canon.
Shadow Realm.
Those are not canon.
They are. In my heart. An actually scary ghost.
Is this?
I don't know, but I was bothered. Oh, it's boss.
Oh.
I love this boss, he's just goop. I do actually remember when I like watched the playthrough of Luigi's Mansion when I was a kid, that this part actually like scared me.
Oh, damn, fair enough.
If Bogmire had a blog, would he call it Blogmire?
No, you'll call it the Bog Blog. Sorry.
That's a much better name.
How do I? Okay. Oh my god, I can't even use my flashlight here. I'm just. It's too dark.
Because you're in hell now. This is hell, the area that you're currently in.
Ah, I see. Thank you. Oh, this one. You. I should probably have the pink one actually. Oh wait, I can suck pollen.
You have him, you have the shader.
It really is just a shader.
I suck up at the shader.
Ow.
Damn, that was big sucks.
The music is fun.
This boss is a little strange.
I mean, this whole game is a little strange. And so are you, Daya.
So scary and confusing. Destination of my choosing.
My choosing!
Maybe it's
My
skank.
choosing!
Maybe it's skanky's infusing for you. Maybe you've got a skill issue or something. I can comprehend these horrors just fine.
What's going on?
You're aiming it a little bit too low.
I'm not doing no such thing.
Vacuum broken.
Am I? This is not low. What is going on over here? I feel like this is fucking with everything.
I think
I
that
don't
is a
know what
glitch.
It's Luigi's Mansion.
Luigi.
Look, I feel like it's just
What the
broken.
fuck?
Did I? I think it's broke.
I think it might be scuffed.
Well,
Yeah,
shit.
I think you might have to reset.
I can't
have to
believe
do
your
the fucking
perfectly
dog
legal
again.
copy of Luigi's Mansion is broken.
I'm blaming Yamada. What happens if I die? Do I just restart at my last save point?
Yes. It's no better than resetting.
Okay. That's a big sad.
Oh,
Ooh, you'll be back. Yeah, I fucking know.
thanks.
Thanks, Yamada.
Look on the bright side, so at least you get to kill the dog again.
I don't wanna.
You don't want to kill the dog?
No, my killing dog arc is over.
No. That's a shame.
I've had enough.
I've had enough dog killing for one day. My bloodlust has been satiated. Now it's just busy work.
Yeah.
Normal man. What you mean normal man?
Just innocent man.
Whoa, money!
They're just normal dogs. Just innocent dogs.
Innocent bubbers. Ow, fuck.
You got your ass kicked by a fridge.
How's your day been done?
It was tiring.
No.
Aww.
I'm sorry, Daya.
It's alright.
No, it isn't.
Hopefully you can cool down a bit here.
Well, if it's not alright, I know what I have to do then.
What? Daya, do not.
No!
For fuck's sake. We're on stream, Daya. Reserve the wanton destruction for all stream.
You did this.
I didn't do shit.
I'm not talking to you.
Okay. Are you talking to Jody?
Yes.
I didn't
Okay.
make you shoot yourself, Daya.
Not with that attitude.
It's true. I have to work harder for that.
Hold on a second, let me just moment.
Just gotta turn the game sound off. Guys.
Yes.
She's not ready.
Pulling in now and immediately dying.
Luigi walking up to a
I-
fridge calling him Ryan immediately dying.
So that the chat has isn't like broken immersion. I will submit. I will make sounds for the dog. Wolf arf. Bark. I'm on
scared.
top of you. Grr.
I hate when dogs tell me where they are in relation to my own
I'm
position.
walking back to my home. I hate you. Grr.
I hate you.
Bark.
Woof bark. I hate you
woof.
specifically, Zoe.
Holy
Woof bark.
shit! A bone, bro. This is my favorite. Yo, what are you doing?
I'm so immersed. I'm enjoying the game so much more now because I'm so immersed.
Oh god, I sure hope that never happens to me again. Oh wow, a bone! That looks delicious, yo!
Bone's my favorite, bro. How'd you know?
Yay! Oh man, I enjoyed killing the dog even more this time because of that. Back on my dog killing arc.
Back on my shit.
Maybe you should go and save now.
Yes, I should.
You should go talk to Toad and be like, "Hello, Todd."
Luigi, hi!
Oh, okay, don't. Thank you, don't. Yeah, yes,
Did you
please.
miss my voice?
No, not particularly, Toad.
Yes, you did. I know you did. I know you
Okay.
missed me.
Luigi, have you seen my dog? He's missing. I love my dog so much.
Oh, what did your dog look like?
He looked a bit like a pit bull. He was a ghost. I love him so much. I miss him. I wouldn't know what I would do if something happened to him.
Oh,
Please, you have to help me find my dog.
Go check the pound.
The pound? You think I think he's in the house somewhere. I can't believe he
No.
left the house. He's
Oh,
right
no,
there
no.
trained. If you see a dog house, he might be in there. Please. I don't. He belonged to my late mother. Don't know what happened.
Put Fido down.
Mario.
Put all Fido down. You have to do this, Luigi.
Okay.
Luigi, what's wrong with you? You look like you're getting, I guess, some sort of communication. Are you okay? You're staring off into the distance.
I have to go
Please,
kill more dogs.
Wait, what do you mean? Luigi, have you seen my dog?
Unrelated. Don't worry.
Luigi, please. You belong to my late mother. My dog, but Luigi.
Oh, I got a dab. Hold on. Oh, dab. Oh, dab. And a Sonic sticker. Rouge next to Omega, like Shadow.
On my
Battery.
Ow.
I have the whole of Team Dark on my horns.
And also Daya.
I also have Daya.
Who's a member of Team Dark now.
Zoe,
Yes?
do you know who? Can you spot exactly what we've done wrong there?
What?
Look.
Hold on, give me a second.
There are not two shadows in Team Dark, so.
No, see, like, listen.
Wait,
I replaced Rouge because we're dating now.
Wait, like, are you dating Rouge or are you dating two shadows?
Are you dating me? I'm confused.
I don't know.
What do you mean you
Who
don't
knows?
know?
I don't know.
Shadow Android.
Listen, it's just getting too confusing.
Don't worry, I killed one of them.
Oh, thank fuck. I was so scared.
Wait, which one did you kill? The real one?
Wait.
Or the android?
What am I?
Shadow Android? Am I an android too?
Android 2!
Maria died?
All right. Oh, yeah, this is happening.
This is happening.
Come on, Shadow. We gotta go rock and roll.
Sonic.
I'm going to kill you.
Boogie Woodpecker.
Sonic, give me a fucking break, Sonic.
I'm going to drown you. I'm going to drown you like a sack of puppies.
Why would you drown puppies?
Because they're cute and cuddly.
Are you
And I
coming on
hate
to me?
that. We're married, Sonic.
We're married.
This is my love language. You should know this by now.
Oh, the new Dragon Ball stuff came out.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I'll link it in welcome.
Yes, please.
The new Dragon Ball stuff came. There's now a new Dragon Ball.
Basically.
What?
Well,
Okay.
where's that damn 8th Dragon Ball?
Where's that damn 8th Dragon Ball? I needed to surpass Kakarot. I don't do a very good Vegeta acting. That's okay.
Where's
Where's the fucking 8th one? I need to use it to get Kakarot. I hate him so much. It's like I want to fight him so bad.
I have no idea what you two are talking about.
I want my lips to be close to his in a fight.
I could be in a fight, right?
I want to punch him in the lips with my lips.
That's it, there you go. Again, also, this ghost is just doing nothing wrong. Was just annoyed that we kept making a racket in this fucking resting place.
Being slightly annoyed his son has wronged you is due course for being killed.
Evidently. Almost.
Nearly had him. The crime of being goop.
If that's a crime, then
That's why I'm also hunting down broadcast screen.
I was gonna say.
Yay!
The goo is homosexual. Isn't that incredible?
What did you say?
I said the goo is homosexual. Isn't that incredible?
Isn't that incredible? Wee 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 wee.
I'm so proud of myself. I did it.
You got a
I'm
big chest.
awesome. It's
Well,
green
thank
like
you.
me.
No.
Sorry. You always make that fucking joke.
Fantastic chest, man.
Dad.
Oh, I'm sorry if you didn't start it.
I know. I must admit, I enjoy a bit of boob mention now and then.
Mm-hmm.
Boob's nice. At
Oh,
Denver
it's
Sports,
just-
thank you very much for the egg.
Just like Luigi's mentioned, you got the boobs.
That.
Like a
Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum.
Oh no, I got ring.
Bum, 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 bum,
Luigi, can you hear me?
No.
Good to hear you're still okay. I lost your signal when that lightning struck. That was some battle we had there. Why don't you come on back to the lab? What? You think the lightning damaged your Poltergeist 3000? Don't worry about it. Even if that lightning had cooked your goose, your Poltergeist 3000 wouldn't even have a scratch.
Fucked up.
Even if you died, at least my technology would be safe.
Let's do boob jokes that involve boobs on this stream. Great job, everyone. Thunderous applause.
Where do you think you were?
What do you mean?
This is the girl love stream. Of course
This
there
is-
is. Of course there are boob jokes.
They are not that frequent though, because if they get
Yeah, no.
oversaturated, then it just becomes a
Becomes
little bit weird and awkward and stuff, rather than having it be sometimes, which is a
treat. It's a little treat.
It's a little treat. It feels more respectful if you do it sometimes, and also if we do it because we're girls.
Yes, we're allowed. No one else is allowed. If I see any in chat, then you're banned.
Better not make any fucking jokes about boobs, unless you're a girl. Yeah, that's it. Only if you're a fan.
But you better play it safe and not do any at all.
Ow! Wait, I wasn't there. No, ow. And even if you do them, make sure not to overdo it. Sometimes non-girls have boobs. I wish I had boobs. That's why I said femmes. You don't have to be. You don't have to be literally like identifying as a girl, but like presenting feminine enough in the sense that you have boobs. Only boob havers can make boob jokes. That's what it is.
And if you do, they better not be sexual ones.
How dare you have fucking boobs?
Again, play it safe and probably don't.
I'm gonna make this as confusing as possible so that nobody does it. So only we can make them.
Yes.
Our jokes.
Our jokes.
What did you say?
We're making boobs?
We're making boobs. Everybody take your Jal.
No way.
Sometimes boobs is just your less intelligent menu, so it said, yeah, boss.
Yeah, boss.
Yeah, get 'em, boss.
Yeah. You got it, boss. And then immediately drops off a ledge. Didn't even like turn around, didn't start walking, just drops.
Yeah, I hear the bats is around here tonight.
What are you talking about? Like at my
Batman.
like my U-bots say that, and I'm just like, what are you talking about?
The bats are around.
Good job, Luigi. You made it back in one piece. Like the anime. Looks like you got a vacuum full of ghosts there. What do you say we put them through the old ghost portrificationizer? Yeah, put them back in.
Make a word for me to say, but you know.
Yes, Luigi, put my captives back where they belong.
Yeah, put them back in prison. Ow.
Glad to see you're all in one piece.
Yo! Yeah, yo, yeah, yo!
Dreamin', don't give it up, Luffy. Dreamin', don't give it up, Zoro. Dreamin', don't give it up, Name. Dreamin', do give it up. Give it up, 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 give it up.
No!
So we have some respect. These people are being transformed into portraits.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Let's see how you did.
What am I
You got a
fucking
gold.
doing?
Oh wow, you got a golden Bogmire, nice.
Oh, cool.
You
I didn't
got
know that there was
silver
a
on these
rating.
guys. You
that
got a
gold or
gold
bronze?
on this dude.
Wow,
You got a silver on this dude.
I love her.
On Melody.
she is the best. She
You
was
got
so
a
nice.
bronze on this guy.
That
Yeah,
makes
that
sense
one
because I
makes
had no fucking idea what I was doing there.
You got
I
a
miss
silver on
Melody
Dog.
every day.
I miss Melody every day.
She wasn't doing anything wrong.
No, none of them were.
There is an unused prompt whenever she asks you a question. Like she'll either ask you like what song is this, and the answer will either be the Super Mario 3 athletic theme, the Super Mario Brothers ground theme or the underwater theme for Mario Brothers. But there's an unused one where she'll play Tataka's song.
Aw, nice. Should have done that one. I mean, I guess that she wouldn't because you're actually supposed to be able to guess it, and
Yeah.
like the average Mario fan is gonna be able to guess those, but not the Tataka theme.
Yeah.
This is what they do to ghosts. Be afraid. I'm scared. But that's okay because I'm never gonna let Luigi get me. I have no heart, after all, as we have discussed.
Okay,
So-
when you do the boost and he
Hey,
captures them
Heartless!
Yes, no, not a heartless.
We
It's
gonna kill
different.
the Heartless, Sora! I got it!
God fucking no! Get out of here! I'm not playing you guys' game right now. Plus, you two aren't even in the entry that I'm in. So fucking get out of here. Ratings for how well you got them. Gold for one pull, I think. Oh right. Okay, silver for if you get like 80 health in one pull, something like that. And I don't remember the exact one. Okay, I get it.
Melody poisoned our water supplies, destroyed our crops, and put plague on our house.
Did she?
No, but we're gonna wait around till she does.
You know, I was
That's
under the
Ega,
impression-
that's what Ega said.
Yeah, it is.
Melody poisoned our water supplies and destroyed our crops and put a plague on our houses.
That's why I gotta put her back in the fucking painting!
Put her in there. I don't trust women.
I hate women, that's why I'm gay.
Okay.
We've established that like he just doesn't really get women because he grew up amongst shy guys, which are all guys, and he's too old, you know.
He's also a military man. We've established.
What do you mean?
Yeah, that also he's a war survivor.
What do you mean women can vote now? That's gonna complicate matters. Don't do
Women
that.
can drink!
Luigi, you won't believe this. I went out and saw a young woman bearing her ankles.
What's happening to society? Here, take my new Glock 3000 and put an end to it.
Luigi, I saw a woman with blue hair! She had they that pronouns!
Professor. You mean they
We talked
had
about
they,
this.
they had they them pronouns?
What?
This Glock.
No, just the one.
It's the one.
I think I will take that Glock actually. let me
Do you
just
have any
see.
other?
Let me just see if it works.
I made myself lightheaded, screaming.
Oh no, take care of yourself.
Professor, do you have any other gunslinger? I don't think I'm gonna need a lot. Just hand me all your guns. Yeah, just hand them. Yeah, no, thank you.
I only need the one.
No,
What are you gonna
wouldn't
do with
see-
that gun, Luigi?
My Luigi and Egad voices are so similar.
They're merging.
You know, I think that, you know, Egad at the end of the day would learn, like, hit the error of his ways, and he would be like,
She her pronouns and shit, they them!
Die.
hey, listen, yes?
No, nothing can redeem the things that Egad has done.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
But this is a family-friendly story.
he's
not.
irredeemable. He
He's
needs to
irredeemable.
die.
He's evil.
He's evil.
He's trapped all these poor ghosts in paintings, and they just, when they finally escape, they just build a mansion for themselves to live in. And they were freed by the boos, but then like they don't actually like the boos because the boos are like evil troublemakers. So they trapped all the boos inside of a hole, so they wouldn't be bothered by them and stuff. Because they're trapped inside the mansion. Like why would they be trapped inside the mansion if
I
the
thought
boos
they-
built it?
I thought the boos said that they were hiding from the poltergeists.
I mean, they're scared of the poltergeist, but I don't think they're
That's
supposed
why
to be
they're
hiding.
hidden there.
Well, no, they were trapped because Egad were like, you freed them, you freed the booze.
Alright.
So all the ghosts that live here are actually nice ghosts.
Okay.
Oh my god! Egad wearing an I support my gay daughter shirt with an arrow pointing to Luigi.
That's awesome.
I'm a gay son, but I'm not your son, no. I'm not your son. I'm a society.
They were sold out the other shirts.
Egad and Gregory are toxic yaoi.
That's true, absolutely true.
Who's Gregory?
Gregory Horror Show.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Let's continue the game.
Yeah, let's push that A button.
Well, we managed to turn those ghosts back into paintings. Thanks for your help, Luigi.
Damn ghosties!
Well, I love the void.
Wow. Wow.
I feel bad, so bad for Melody.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I feel bad for all of them, but especially Melody, because like, when we're looking at the other ones. Okay, the dog is just a dog, right? I know I have a phobia, but it doesn't mean that I think dogs are bad. Obviously, the dog is just a dog. Doesn't know any better. Not evil. Melody was so nice. Was willing to just talk with us and play some music together and stuff. It was really nice. The floating whirlindas, I guess, those were kind of rude. They were like shitting on Luigi for like, he can't even see us, what a bitch, you know?
Yeah.
But they weren't doing anything wrong. I assume Shivers is the butler then.
Yeah, he was just floating back and forth down the hall. He was
just being a butler.
Yeah.
Have you been reading the lore cards? In the Z menu?
Oh no, I have not. If we can do that later. Mr. Luggs was certainly rude as well, and also is a bad caricature.
He deserves it.
So I can't help but feel not that bad for him. And then Bogmeyer was just resting in his graveyard, and then we came along and started annoying the fuck out of him.
Yeah.
So these ghosts don't fucking deserve it, really, except for maybe Mr. Luggs. Shivers was obsessive about Melody and kind of a creeper, though. Oh, okay.
I think the baby deserved it.
The baby did deserve it. The baby was cringe.
Mr. Luggs' parody of a Monty Python character, well, a parody of something created by a transphobe isn't much to go off of, so.
No. Especially not one that wasn't that known back then, probably. Where will you go? Let's go to the gallery for a second.
Why do you see these lore cards, though?
Oh, press
Z.
Z. Unless you can't do that in... Oh, there you go. There, you're there.
There we go.
There you go.
Oh, I see.
What?
Oh.
This game's really hard. The beautiful pianist, Melody Pianissima, 26 years old. Despite playing moving melodies, she has a surly disposition. Oddly enough, she loves video games. I don't think she had a surly disposition. She seemed very nice and friendly.
Yeah, she's pretty polite.
Yeah. Did you find the secret room? I did not know there was a secret room.
There's always secrets everywhere.
Oh, I forgot.
Mel's and off there. We're not there yet. I know what secret room they're talking about.
Oh my god, she's a gamer too?
Be still, my beating. Be still, my non-existent heart.
Oh wait, I think I know what secret room they're talking about. Don't worry about it.
Okay. So who is Bogmeyer? The Cemetery Shadow. A product of the Dimension's fear and despair. He's not sure who to fear or what to despair of these days. Okay, so why would Dimension have a tangible fear and despair? It's not the death of the people in it, like people that get lost in it. It's the mansion. It's because they're scared of going back into the paintings, dude.
So it's a monster house? From the movie Monster House.
You're right.
I mean, the mansion, in a sense, it like is alive. Like it just showed up out of nowhere, you know.
Yeah, well, it was built by the ghosts, is what we're told.
Yeah.
Like
it just materialized out of nowhere.
And it's and if it has fear and despair, then it's definitely the fear, the fear and the despair of the possibility that they're going to be stuck back into paintings again.
I'm pretty sure the despair is that they're dead.
No.
No.
I think you're wrong. Sorry.
I mean, look at Spectral. She's fine with being dead.
I'm okay. But I mean, I'm also not actually dead. I'm a video game character, but so are they. So, but we're working inside their fiction right now. Not behind the scenes.
This.
Yeah, that's that sure is fatphobia.
Yeah, he is just about being fat.
Yep.
It seems like you missed one.
It does kind of seem like that.
Optional ones.
I didn't know those were a thing. Wait, is there one in a bathtub? Because I can, it definitely feels like there should. Wait, how the fuck do you get that? I don't fucking know.
So wait. So was the bathtub like on? Like was there a
Yes.
shower?
Uh-huh.
Like there was a shadow in
Nope.
the curtain.
Nope.
No.
I thought there would be,
No?
but there wasn't.
No, then I'm thinking of a different one. Never mind.
Maybe it'll be later.
But
There was
There's
also
a
like
different-
there was also like the basement where there was a switch and I couldn't flip it.
Oh yeah, don't worry about that. That's later.
Why the fuck did you just like flip the switch? It's so weird. How I got my
It's-
gold
there's
medal
a-
in
there's a
debating. You're
reason.
wrong.
There's a reason.
Okay.
imagine if you just clicked on Mr. Lugs one and it said beloved father too.
Oh no. Well, 3. They had 3 kids. Speaking of which, we haven't even seen the other kids yet.
Yeah, that's later.
Okay. Neville Spencer's episode. Okay, we did read this one. He cries loudly and never sleeps through the night, but since he was born a ghost, this seems natural.
I feel like this is different than the Japanese version. Like it has to be different.
So do
That's a
ghosts
good
age
point.
then?
Yeah, like ghosts make babies?
Ghosts make a baby?
Ghosts make baby? Once the local world champions, they can no longer compete since their feet don't touch the floor. Not because they're ghosts? Okay.
How is Babby formed?
How is Babby formed? Was he a stillborn? That is a very dark thought, actually.
Oh, I just remembered the fucking image.
What image?
Oh, I've shown you before the Pokemon image. The mice Pokemon. There you go, first in stream
Oh
text.
god, yeah,
Okay.
the mouse carriage.
Mouse carriage.
It's fucked up. It's so funny.
I'm reading this fucking trivia entry in the Luigi's Mansion Wikia. You have to listen to how this is fucking worded.
Okay.
In the nursery, pictures of a small human child similar to in appearance to what may expect a living Chauncey to look like can be seen lining the walls and drawers. While these pictures can be assumed to depict Chauncey before his death, such an assumption is contradicted by the fact that Chauncey's profile lists him as born as a ghost. However, he could not have been born a ghost if he was 1 year old at his death. Also, if he was born a ghost, then he could not be 1 unless he was born a ghost a year before the events of the game. What?
Yeah,
they,
but that's how aging works.
Yeah.
They literally just said just born a ghost to try and avoid complicated questions.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Signed ghost at birth, a gap.
Hey, Gab.
How slow can I make him turn?
Can't believe that he was assigned ghost at birth, yet still somehow falls inside the binary. What a weirdo.
What a bitch.
What a bitch. Get out of that binary. Get out of there.
Get out of there, come on.
Get out of there.
We got better stuff to do to me in the binary. I like this too. Okay, so not only can I make him turn very slowly, but also if I push just in like right ahead, or wait, like this, if I just push directly upwards, I just speed up his idle animation for some reason.
Nice.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Fun. Whee! Alright, anyway. I wanna go, please.
No.
You're staying here, sorry.
You're staying here forever, Luigi.
He's a mouth breather.
Alright, have fun in my spooky mansion.
I mean, your spooky mansion. You own
George, you won it, didn't you, bitch?
it.
Yeah, I guess in the Japanese version, it's also written that Chauncey was dead at birth. Question mark.
Dead at birth?
But yeah, dead at birth is different than born a ghost.
Well, I mean, like born a ghost. That's what I meant to say.
Oh, okay.
Because there's no like no Japanese entry for Chauncey.
Oh. Okay. Luigi looks like a hummingbird with how fast he's breathing.
Why is there no Japanese entry for chance?
Because I can't find it.
Oh,
I can't find it.
Can't find it.
I can't find it. There's only soup.
In Japanese culture,
But
dead
I'm not
children are
looking at
frowned
it.
upon.
Like the children dies and everyone just goes like. Very disappointing.
Does the Japanese version have entries for the ghosts? Probably.
I would assume so.
I would assume, yeah.
It'd be pretty surprising if they added that in the Western release.
Oh, so do you want to know where the secret room is?
I mean, can I go to it now?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do that, and that'll be the last thing to do for now.
Okay. Go where you were. Like, go back. Go towards the butler's room.
The new voice of Mario voiced Otis the cow in the back from the Barnyard game.
Huh.
Fun! Dude, I can't believe he played such a trans icon. That's very good.
I know, right? He's got an adult even though he's a guy. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and there's also dialogue that literally implies that he's a trans guy. So
Oh, really?
yeah, there's like there's dialogue where like his uncle comes to visit or something, and the uncle is like, where's like your sister? Like, I thought you had a sister, and he's just like, no, that was me.
Nice.
What the fuck? There's ghosts in here.
Oh fuck, I hadn't noticed yet. Oh, that's scary. I'm the fucking scared now. It's a big one.
So fucking scared for
There was another ghost that spawned.
Out of here.
Okay. So go to the toilet paper.
Oh, is that why someone told you to check the toilet paper earlier?
Yeah, I scanned that, but
Look at the toilet paper. Look next to the toilet paper.
ah. Ooh, time to get mousy. Yo, it's a beautiful golden.
Bats! We are the bats. Bats. We are the bats.
Celebrate another bird.
It's just a treasure room. There's treasure everywhere.
Yay, Otto!
Oh, fuck.
Put it in the
That's not
fire.
treasure, that's a ghost.
You're gonna need fire.
Well, I guess I'm
I
gonna
would
go.
leave. Yeah.
How do I?
You gotta use your camera to
I
get
can?
back in the mouse hole.
What a pain in the ass.
Ew.
I just had to check the toilet paper because I wanted to see what Luigi said, to be honest. Coincidence, it was secret too. That's very fun. Just didn't know, it was just coincidence.
I should have hit them with the hide and seek. Could have never found me.
You can get fire from the candles.
I'm gonna turn the laundry room lights on. Wait, is that a thing I can do?
Yeah, you by getting all the ghosts in there.
Oh! I didn't know that there was a finite
there's more than
limit
one ghost.
number of them.
Yeah, there's more than one ghost.
I thought
They
they
just
well,
have
yeah,
to
but
spawn.
I thought they would just keep spawning forever.
Nah. I like this guy.
Oh no! Okay.
Oh, purple puncher!
Purple puncher down.
Yeah, that's what it's
Like a
called,
pink
you know, it's
puncher,
fucking
that's
pink.
me. Don't forget to do your laundry. That's actually a good point because I have a load of laundry right now that I'm gonna have to hang up after the stream.
I love laundry.
Do you?
No.
You better don't. I'm okay. I'm very cool and good.
Yo, get down! I'm Boogie!
I'm Boogie!
I like how Luigi collected the mushroom, but he didn't get affected by it.
No, he's
Oh,
powerful.
there's a candle right here. You can suck on that.
I can't just suck it up. I need to wait for a spirit to come out.
No, you have to. That's how it works, I think.
It's not. Oh, it is now. Okay, it wasn't before. Bum, bum, bum. Ow. Oh no, all these
All right, round
fuckers
two.
again.
Round 2.
I hate it when they're the fuckers.
Me too. Haze mindset.
It's just
do that.
okay.
I know, this is so funny.
Just
Did you have to
cause
kill
you
them like this? It's so funny to me that that's how you do it. You just torch them to death.
Okie dokie. Maybe you should light a candle so you have more fire.
Oh, good idea.
You're about to run out.
Hang on.
Oh.
God damn it.
I
Fuck
think
you.
you're out of fire.
Yeah, well, I'll just get all the money,
And the ghosts can fuck off.
and the ghosts can fuck off.
Something spawns if you kill all the ghosts.
Damn it.
Sorry to break that to you.
I figured that would be the case.
Hey buddy, what's up? You forget your fucking fire?
Bye bye.
I leave it now.
You just hit them with the flame once and they'll have a normal hard... They didn't be fuller. I tried that and it didn't work, and that's why I've been doing it like this.
Game bad.
This game is so bad at conveying information to you, I gotta be honest.
It's a product of
It's
its
bad.
time.
It's bad. Bad game. 0 out of 10. Burn it.
Because it was still in the era of gaming where you had to fucking read the manual.
No bad game. Burn it.
Oh, and then I can do that. Okay. I see.
If the Miyamoto's watching, I want to say you've made a bad game.
Yeah, Mimod, I think you're like a fraud, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what happened. All the ghosts respawn because you left the room.
Yeah.
Yes. Dear Mr. Miyamoto, we are sending you straight to hell. I hope that's okay.
Dear Miss Miyamoto, why'd you do all that?
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Miyamoto, I fucking hate you.
Die forever, please. Thank you.
Dear Mr. Miyamoto, you're so fucking stupid. Why'd you put all that stuff in this game?
Miyamoto
Can you put
never
my
played
OC in the new
Luigi's
Pokemon,
Mansion.
though?
Wow, money.
Jewels.
Wow, a blue one.
A blue.
A red, green,
A green.
and a red. It's
actually
just
anything
like
to spend this
amphibia.
money on.
I can't believe that they fucking
Oh.
did a cool... God. I can't
Cool.
believe they put an amphibia reference in this game, though. That's
I
so
know,
cool.
That's so cool.
I think there's something in the chandelier, but I don't remember.
That is... Oh, wow. That is fucking annoying, though, that they, like... You can't
That's a
really pick up all
despawn.
that money in time.
Yeah, that's fucking annoying. That it just despawns during cutscenes like that. Bombs? You want it?
Moms, you want it? Lamp oil, rope, moms, you want it? It's yours,
mine.
my friend. As long as you have enough rubies.
It's my own self, Gumbo! I don't know.
I'm sorry, Gumbo. I don't give
understand.
credit. Come back when you're a little, richer.
I don't understand the reference.
Oh,
No, not you. Like Gumbo, I don't understand.
No, me neither. I also didn't read most of it. This is like gumbo?
I guess.
Gumbo.
I don't know what Gumbo is.
It's like a
Other than
dish.
food.
Yeah.
Well, good job, feller. You did it.
You're
So
doing it.
Your laundry yet?
Whee! Anyway, let's go safe. Because we've been going for 4 hours.
Young fella, did you do your laundry yet?
Shut up.
That's a long time for us. A long time.
I know.
It's like forever.
It's
Oh,
that's
did you know
forever.
you can burn fake doors, like this one right here. The button. Whoa!
I forgot you can do that.
So his super mega poser.
Yeah, I did it.
Goodbye.
It's gone now. You killed it.
I'm so happy.
Actually, the game already saved, so you could just turn it off now if you wanted to.
No, I'm gonna sit here.
Yeah, better be safe than sorry.
Exactly. No, my fake door! Ah, fuck your fake door! Ha! The ghost door was sentient. I know. It screamed in terrible agony when I killed it, and that's awesome.
It deserved it.
It's so awesome that Luigi is moving faster because of it.
I think it's really cool when things die.
He really is such a fucking mouth breather, though, huh? Also, he's like a Wallace and Gromit character with his mouth in this
A
game,
little bit, yeah.
and that's awesome. I love that so much. Luigi after killing the ghost door.
I regret my actions. I didn't know I was alive.
Mamma mia.
Luigi footwork. Anyway, this was the stream for today. 2 hands, please. Thank you. No, 2, whatever.
I just feel the most pressure on. Whoa! Amazing job, Rowan. Great performance.
Thank you so much, everyone. We all deserve it. Who knows? Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Nice.
I will never be caught by Luigi. He's too much of a bitch. You're a bitch, Luigi. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. We made good progress. Ish, I hope.
I think so.
There.
Egg. We completed another chapter, stage, who knows?
Area.
Area. Diphine, thank you very much for your egg also.
You're welcome.
And I'm gonna go sleep because I'm tired.
Okay. Not on my watch, bitch.
Hey, wake up, you gotta wake up, Are you awake yet?
Yeah. Stop.
Daya, you know what you
Daya.
haven't done through this entire thing?
What's that?
Don't you remember It's Me the Ghost?
But it's me the ghost, though.
It's me the ghost, me the ghost, me the ghost.
It's me to go, it's me to go.
But I'm the ghost. But I'm the ghost.
You are
It's
the
me.
ghost. It's you the ghost, it's you the ghost, it's you the ghost.
Thank you. I was gonna start feeling like that episode of My Life as a Teenage Robot. Where she
Car battery.
where she's in kindergarten and all the other one of the other kids starts pretending to be a robot, and she gets really fed up with the fact that everybody thinks he's the robot and not her.
I can't
Anyway.
believe that they made Jenny Waitman suffer microaggression.
It's fucked up. Also, okay, thank you very much for she suffers tons of microaggressions.
Disgusting.
Okay, stretch and force check and then we'll go.
Do ghosts have bones?
I do.
No. She does.
Whoa, what is going on with your model? What's going on there?
She's a ghost, she can float.
Like, I'm weird. Yeah,
She's merging with her own dress.
I guess I'm like this now.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, actually. That's not bad.
That's awesome.
I'm just flying like this now.
I used to do the boo. I'm scary.
Oh, it got fixed. Anyway, I hope you guys. I was being I was impersonating my friend Noka. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Empty Guest has requested full Discord access. If someone could please do that, thank you. My next stream is in 2 days. Me and my friend Luke are going to check out one of the haunted PS1 demo discs. That'll be very exciting and so spooky and scary. Potentially scarier than this stream even. So if you want to get notified of that, blah 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 blah, exclamation point links in chat, and you get a little link that leads to my little website. And on my website are all my all my things. They're labeled. You can figure it
your
out.
linky loos.
Yeah. You can figure it out. The best place to stay up to date is the Discord. But you don't have to worry about joining the entire community if you don't feel like it for whatever reason. Because all you get is the announcements channel for the streams and a channel explaining how to get into the full community if you want to, but no pressure whatsoever. Would you two like to plug anything?
No.
Okay.
I'm speaking for Jody too. No.
No, Jody doesn't want that.
Would you want me to plug anything?
If you want to, it's up to you. I'm giving you
I
the
don't-
option if you want to.
Hi, I'm Jody. I stream at twitch.tv/download. That's all I want to plug. Actually, some of you might have got here through me because I raided at the beginning of the stream.
You did, which I thank you for every day.
Every day, even though that only happened today?
Every day. I was prepared. I did it in advance. Now, speaking of raiding, we are going to be raiding our friend AOHell, another member of RARXD, and another friend, and so nice and sweet and fun. She is a funny little gremlin that has been possessed by a haunted bootleg Garfield's cloak, hoodie thing cloak, I think.
Fucked up that did that to her.
It's fucked up. Pretty funny though, isn't it? And she is playing a Silent Hill 3. I think she's starting now, and also she's starting to play through, and also she's starting the stream today. Ooh!
Okay, thank you for the donation.
I've been scared. Thank you very much for the donation. Appreciate that. So yeah, the raid message will be.
Hang on, is Hell playing the Silent Hill games in reverse order? Because last time she played Silent Hill 4, now she's playing Silent Hill 3. Why is she going backwards?
She might be in reverse order. I think she's just kind of like doing whatever she feels like.
Okay,
maybe in reverse order though, who knows? But the raid message will be... These ghosts did nothing wrong.
These ghosts did nothing wrong.
Justice for these ghosts. Ow. This is the raid message. This is the raid message. Now I wish you all a very nice rest of your day. I hope to see you next time, and thank you very much for coming. If you want to come along with the raid, but you're not brought along automatically, just stay in chat and I will post the link as well. And then you can still join. Alright. Goodbye, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you for coming.
Yes, bye-bye.
Bye.
It's me, the